Okay, new prompt.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to call to order this meeting for the Corporation Township of Puslinch on May 26, 2021. I'll start with roll call. Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Bulmer.
Present.
And Councillor Goida.
Present.
Okay. And we'll have our moment of reflection. Okay, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please?
Certainly. The council approves the May 26, 2021 agenda and addendum as circulated.
And mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconder, Councillor Bailey. All right, all in favor, Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
Favor.
All right, that's carried. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? Councillor Goida?
I am disclosing for item 10.3, the Mill Creek Stewards letter. And the nature of the pecuniary interest is any discussion or decision made by council to make a request to local aggregate operations may be a pecuniary interest as a family member operates an aggregate in the township. And so I'm just gonna preclude myself from discussing that matter.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? No. Okay, Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution for the consent agenda, please?
The consent agenda items listed for the May 26, 2021 council meeting be received for information.
You gonna move it for that, please? Councillor Goida?
Sure.
I'll give a seconder, Councillor Spoulos. Discussion. Councillor Spoulos, do you have any items you want pulled out?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Nope. No, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bulmer.
Nothing.
Okay, Councillor Goida.
I have nothing either.
Okay, so all in favor, Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
all right, and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right, that should bring us to delegations. And ask Ms. White Fox to move our delegate over, please. Welcome, Mr. Taylor. Good
morning.
Good morning. Your audio's slightly broken.
We're okay now?
That sounds better.
Okay.
All right. I understand you have a verbal delegation and you may begin.
Okay. Need to speak.
You're
Taylor
picking up again, sir.
Sorry.
See. Where'd he go? Did he just disconnect, Ms. White Fox?
It looks like he's disconnected. Oh.
Oh.
He's back.
Mr. Taylor, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay,
Try this again.
okay. Thank you.
Were you
Good
able to
morning.
change anything or?
No, no.
Okay,
Just one moment. Now, can you hear me?
not
you hear me?
really. Barely. Adding video, I
Okay.
don't think will help the problem. It'll use more.
Okay, so stop the video. Now, will that help? I've stopped the video.
I can hear you now, yep. Are you there? Well, Mr. Taylor, we have a lengthy agenda to deal with today, so unless you're able
Can you
to
hear me
resolve
now?
your internet issues, we may have to postpone your delegation
Can you hear me now?
intermittently.
Its connection is unstable. Can you hear me now?
That time we did.
Well, I can start again, and if the connection's not good, then we'll have to postpone.
Okay,
Okay, so I'll
there it goes. Ms. White Fox, is there a phone number he can call in for Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Taylor, if you'd like to disconnect from the meeting, I can send you an email with the call-in details. And then when I see you connected that way through attendees, I can just let the chair know if that works for you.
Okay, so I'll just leave the meeting then.
Yes, and I'll just send you a quick email with those details.
Okay, thanks, Courtney.
Okay.
Okay.
Once Mr. Taylor is removed from the group, I will continue with the agenda. Okay. Ms. White Fox, you're okay with me continuing, or do you need to work on that email for Mr. Taylor?
Just sent him the information just now, Mr. Chair, so hopefully he will get connected, and I'll just give you a prompt when I see him in the attendee section.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So my understanding is we're on 8.1, that we have a May 26, 2021 public information meeting held by electronic participation. Did I say May 21? May 26, 2021 at 7 p.m. regarding the Township's Heritage Register. So that's tonight at 7 p.m. public meeting for the Heritage Register. And then we have, I guess, Ms. Hassan is up for our finance department.
Yes, so the first report is actually the audited financial statements, and so the auditors have a presentation on this report.
Okay, are they available, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, I'll move Miss Angela Nickel, and I believe Miss Tracy Smith over now.
There we go. Ms. White Fox? Sorry, Tracy, I just need to give some direction to Ms. White Fox. Ms. White Fox, would you be able to email Mr. Taylor and let him know that we will be completing our finance reports prior to bringing him back in? I don't want to start these reports and then interrupt the auditors and Ms. Hassan. So I would suspect anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour before he'll be able to come back in.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I'll let him know, likely around 11 a.m. is the best
Okay.
estimate.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Tracy, Angela, welcome. I believe
Thank you.
everybody's here. You can begin.
Thank you. Thanks for having us here this morning. I'm Tracy Smith, and Angela Nicola is also on the call. I'm the partner from BDO. Angela is going to start the presentation, so I'm going to hand it over to her.
Give me 1 second. I'm just going to share it. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. So my name is Angela, as Tracy mentioned. I am a manager at BDO. I would like to thank council for having us here today. So I'll just go through the financial statement elements. So a couple of the major statements, including some of the graphical analysis, and a full complete copy of the financial statements have been provided to the council in your council package. The statements are in draft and will need to be approved by council before they can be released in final. Tracy, I will then hand it over to Tracy, who will summarize the auditor communication to council. And since we are having virtual technology, we will answer any questions at the end of the presentation. So the statement of financial position, or the balance sheet, is at a point in time, so December 31st, 2020. So just a few highlights. So you have seen an increase in cash of about $1 million, which is a direct result of the increase in reserves. The obligatory reserve funds are development charges and gas tax funding that are only recognized into revenue when they're spent, as unspent amounts show on the balance sheet as a deferred revenue or a liability. So you can see that the deferred revenue has increased to 2.2 million from 1.6 million in the prior year. So this unspent portion is sitting in cash at the end of the year. So your net financial asset is a key indicator and is the total of assets less liabilities. So positive means that you have resources available for the future. Your net financial asset increase, this is when your reserves increase and your debt is being paid off. So non-financial assets include your physical, tangible capital assets, roads, buildings, equipment, and is reported at cost less amortization. So just the estimate of use over time. And it's important to note that it's not replacement cost. The net increase in your tangible capital asset reflects additions of $2.4 million less amortization of $1.4 million. So right now your assets are being replaced faster than they're aging, which is always a good sign. Your accumulated surplus is the equity of the municipality, includes both monetary and your physical assets, for a total of $26 million at the end of 2020. So your revenue for 2020 did total $8 million and includes taxes, user fees for the various services, grants, and other income. Included in revenue are all the external sources of revenue for operations and capital costs. It does not include any transfers from reserves. So the most significant changes to revenue relates to an increase in your government transfers of about $220,000. Where this is related to about $570,000 in capital, transportation, and park projects, and a decrease of $588,000 related to the modernization one-time grant funding that you received in the prior year. as well as an increase in 190,000 in your COVID Safe Restart funding that you received in 2020. Your expenses include all operating costs such as payroll, supplies, services, interest, and is presented by function. Expenses also include amortization, which again is the estimate of wear and tear on the physical assets from their use. And budgeted expenses have been adjusted to include amortization so that the budget and actuals can be compared. It does not include your capital asset purchases, as well as any transfers from to reserves. So the total revenue less total expenses for the year is the annual surplus. It's important to note that the annual surplus is not your operating surplus. Your operating surplus for the year was $379,810. The annual surplus is the amount raised during the year from external sources after paying your operating costs and covering your amortization. You will still, from that operating surplus, you still need to pay for your capital assets and make any debt payments that you may have. So this is your revenue for 2020. As you can see, taxation makes up 57% of the total revenue, followed by grants at 21% and other income at 18%. Similarly, this is your expenses. So at the top, it's by functional area. So transportation is your largest functional area at 29.5%, followed by general government at 26% and protective services at 22%. At the bottom, it's done. So you can see that salaries make up 52% of your total expenses, followed by materials and supplies at 23%, and followed that by your contracted services at 20%. The third statement is the statement of changes in net financial assets. And it takes the annual surplus that you saw on the statement of operations and adds back any amortization, deducts the acquisition of tangible capital assets. So during the year, you can see that over $2.4 million were spent in capital assets. And again, the amortization for the year was $1.4 million, which is the wear and tear on those assets. It then comes down to an increase in your net financial assets of $535,000. This can be either positive or negative, and positive is not necessarily a good thing, and negative is not necessarily bad. It really depends on where the town is in their capital asset plan and whether you've budgeted to take funds from reserves to buy capital assets, or whether you're building up those reserves to build capital assets later on. So in 2020, you budgeted to be neutral at that $659,000, and the actual was a positive $835,000, which means that you put more into reserves than was budgeted for. Up above, you'll see that you budgeted for $4 million in capital expenditures, and only $2.4 million was actually spent during 2020. The final statement that we will look at is the statement of cash flows. And from this, you can see that your cash from operations was $3.2 million. You invested $2.4 in tangible capital assets during the year. And overall, you'll see a net increase in your cash and cash equivalents of $768,000, leaving you with cash at the end of the year of $8.1 million. So looking at your accumulated surplus note, this note provides a detail of the accumulated surplus balance and where that's invested. So it breaks down the total that you see on the statement of financial position and the statement of operations into more detail. So some of the key items. So you have invested $20 million in tangible capital assets over the years. You have a general surplus of that $379,810 at the end of 2020. And you have unfunded post-employment benefits of $92,000. So this actually estimates the future costs based on actuary valuations and will be funded on an annual basis as the costs are incurred. Finally, you have $5.7 million in reserves at the end of 2020. So this breaks down that 5.7 million in reserves that you saw on the previous page. So you have seen an increase in your asset management at the end of 2020 of about $900,000. So this breaks down your reserves and discretionary reserve funds for the past 5 years. So you have seen an increase in your asset management over the past 2 years, with other increases in working capital, as well as the gravel levy that you, I think, funded this year. This breaks down your obligatory reserve funds. So again, you've seen a large increase in your development charges from the prior year. And I will pass it over to Tracy to go over the final letter to council. Tracy, I believe you're muted.
Sorry. So thank you, Angela. As your auditor, it's our responsibility to communicate with those charged with governance, which is the council. The report on page 88 of your agenda package contains all the required communications in accordance with Canadian auditing standards. This communication is very similar year to year as the required communication is defined by those standards, and we need to report it on an annual basis. I'll just highlight from that report the summary, the status of the audit. As Angela indicated, the full financial statements are in draft. They can be found on page 102 of the agenda package. They will require council approval before we can release them in final. Once we have that approval, we need to obtain a signed representation letter from management and also perform subsequent event procedures up to that approval date. Amounts are material if they would affect the decisions of users relying on the financial statements. The materiality we used for the audit was $180,000. As your auditor, we provide reasonable but not absolute assurance. We can't audit 100% of the transactions, especially virtually. So we use this materiality to focus our audit on high-risk areas and to calculate sample size to use during our statistical sampling. In terms of audit findings, there were no changes to our planned procedures and no issues were identified in our testing performed. So no additional risks were identified during the audit from our planning stage. Internal control matters, we are required as your auditor to report in writing any significant deficiencies in internal controls that we identified during the audit. We did not find any deficiencies in the internal controls that we tested during the audit. On the next page, a copy of the management representation letter is included in Appendix B. We do confirm that BDO is independent of the township, and therefore we are able to issue an independent auditor's report on the financial statements that are prepared by management. We, as your auditor, are also required to disclose to you if there are any unadjusted differences that we find during the audit. There were no unadjusted differences to report, nor were there any disclosure omissions identified during the audit. Auditing standards also require the auditor to have an annual communication about the responsibilities for detecting fraud and to highlight that it is a shared responsibility between the auditor, management, and council. We did not find any issues or concerns during our audit. If council has any issues or concerns, we can be contacted directly for any further discussions. That is just a summary of the communication. There are more details in your financial package. We would like to thank Mary and the finance team for their assistance during the audit. Performing a virtual audit has some challenges, and with everyone working from home, and so we sincerely appreciate their cooperation and patience while we perform the audits. We'd like to thank council for having us here this morning, and we would be happy to answer any further questions you have. We have just provided very high-level overviews, but I will now conclude the presentation so that any questions from council can be addressed.
Thank you. Just maybe stop. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I have 4 questions. Financially, we look really well. Mine relate more to procedures and future exposures. On page 1 of your report, you state the significant risk of material mismanagement identified during planning included the following items: management override of controls and revenue recognition of grant revenue. You didn't find anything. So when I read that statement first, I said, oh, there's a problem here. Is that your standard wording for investigation, or were you anticipating to find something?
So BDO performs a risk-based audit. So that requires us to, during the planning stage, look at the overall municipality, look at areas where we want to focus our audit testing. So as your auditor, we do tests. So that wording is essentially letting you know, and that's part of our required communications as accountants between the council and BDO. We have to communicate with you what areas we test. And so those are 2 areas that we test in virtually every municipality. And so that communication, like I said, is just telling you that that's where we're going to focus our audit. And then in our final communication to you on that page, we let you know that we did perform tests in those areas. And as a result of those tests, there were no issues that were identified.
Okay, great, thank you. Next one relates to cash. It's on, you make a statement that the municipalities' bank accounts are held at one financial institution. The Canadian Deposit Insurance Corporation insures deposit up to a maximum of $100,000 per depositor. Is this a concern? Should we be asking staff to consider spreading out our cash amongst different financial institutions?
So again, that's required communication on there are always some risks involved. However, in practice and in practicality, we don't have a huge amount of financial institutions in Canada, and spreading your resources out over multiple financial institutions would probably end up having causing you some costs and some inefficiencies. In practice, many municipalities hold their financial resources in 1 or 2 financial institutions. So the disclosure is to let you know there is a risk, and part of that risk is mitigated by maintaining those financial resources in well-established financial institutions within Canada.
Okay. Next one relates to a liability of $92,360 to do with a defined benefit plan. The concern I have is how and when was the liability incurred, and how is it going to be paid off? Is there a mechanism that you have encountered in practice?
Okay, so this is an estimate of future costs. So these aren't these are liabilities estimated by the actuarial for benefits that will be paid out to your employees on retirement if they are eligible. So again, it's an estimate on whether whether they'll be eligible at the end of their retirement. On an annual basis, you fund the actual amounts that's paid out to your retired employees. On an annual basis, that amount tends to be around $9,000 to $10,000. So you budget for that that liability on an annual basis as it actually is physically paid. However, for accounting purposes, for disclosure purposes, that full liability is calculated, and calculated with the present future value that's going to be incurred down in the future.
Okay. Next question relates to pension agreements. And you make a statement that ongoing adequacy of the current contribution rates will need to be monitored as fluctuations in the financial markets may lead to future fund requirements. Is there an estimate or a way of understanding what we should be putting away right now for this future liability?
Again, that liability is determined by OMERS. This is your OMERS pension, the amount that you contribute to OMERS. It is determined by OMERS. It's a multi-employer plan, so there's a lot of factors involved. If you're old like me, you'll remember quite a few years ago when the markets were really high. There was a holiday, and so then the municipalities actually didn't have to pay any OMERS at that time. So it can fluctuate from year to year. The last few years have been relatively stable on the amounts that OMERS has requested. But again, that comes directly from OMERS. So.
Okay. All right, so it'll be us to ask staff to look into that. Okay, and the last question is, you make a statement, your statement 15 indicates that full potential impact of COVID-19 on the township is not known. I accept the fact we don't know the long-term impact, but what about 2020? Certainly we should have a handle on that, given the audit has taken place. We know what the surplus is. We know what the contribution from the province is.
So you did receive $190,000 in COVID funding to offset any reductions in revenues and additional costs. And so then your management team will be reporting those costs on a detailed basis to the province as required to say how that funding was spent. For your financial statement purposes, it's included in the various functions in your transportation, in your user fee reductions, in general government, all of the different functions. So it isn't specifically, it wouldn't be specifically separated in your financial statements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Let's stop my video for a second. Thanks for coming today and for the report. I just have a couple questions. One is from Schedule C, the highlights, and Angela mentioned the 21% grant revenue that the township gets. And I'm just curious how this compares to other organizations, maybe of comparable sizes to ours, wondering if that's an area that could see an increase.
Oh, offhand, I'm not sure. I can't tell you how much other municipalities have. So the grant revenue has fluctuated. Again, showing my age, it was a lot higher back back in the older days, and it actually has been higher in the last couple of years with the modernization grant that you received last year and the COVID funding that that you received this year. So sorry, I lost track on what the question was there. So is there more funding that you can get? I think you've applied for all the funding that's out there that you're eligible for.
Okay, that's what I was kind of looking to hear. Thank you. My next question is about grant revenue. Sorry, I'm reading my notes here. Oh, it talked about the, it sounded like there was a bit of a process trying to reconcile the grants and the agreements and the minutes. It sounded like there was a bit of a process there. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to be avoiding that sort of in terms of a better reporting process.
No, again, there's nothing unusual about your municipality or your processes within your municipality. Grants are a complex area for accounting purposes. We have to look at whether you've got cost to cover those grants that they're eligible, whether any of those grants should be deferred, whether they're in the right year. Sometimes you receive grants in advance. You've received a bit of COVID funding for 2021 that you actually received in 20. So we got to make sure that that's not recorded in revenue in 2020. So again, your management team does a great job of identifying grants and making sure that they're reported correctly. The reason that communication is in there is, again, just because there has to be clear and open communication between the auditor and those charged with governance on what areas we're focusing on, and grants is an area we focus on in every municipality.
Okay. My final question kind of relates to that, but you had mentioned the virtual challenges in doing this these days. So sort of in regards to how the information is presented to you, I'm just wondering if you can comment on sort of the IT system that we have. Are there any IT risks you noticed or any improvements that the township could make, whether through software or anything like that?
Angela, can you jump in on that one?
I do believe you guys have I'm going to say an extensive use of Excel documents with multiple tabs. Could be something that you guys look for in the future. We do look at any of the systems that relate to the audit in detail. We look at the controls over them to ensure that there are nothing that would cause us a little bit of concern. We do issue a management letter to management, and that will happen again this year with any of our kind of comments and future recommendations. I believe that we have discussed them with Mary during our management meeting with her, and there are a kind of couple that do relate to IT systems and kind of future, I'm going to say a wish list on kind of what would be kind of the best case scenario for kind of future software and kind of future kind of processes. So I'm sure Mary would be willing to kind of give that letter out or let you see it once it has been issued for this year. And it does lay it out in a lot more detail.
Again, there were no real concerns that we had, or because if there are any internal control issues that significantly affect the audit or or are deficiencies, those get communicated directly to you in this letter to directly to you as a governance. The things that we would discuss with Mary are, again, solely from a standpoint of efficiency and not problems within the systems.
All right. Great. Thank you for that.
Councillor Balmer,
No questions. Thank you very much.
Councillor Goida.
Thank you. I just have one question, and I think you've kind of answered it sort of already, but on, sorry, I'm just trying to find the page. It's our page 121, but I guess it's note 11 in your report. It talks about the government transfers, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around. For 2020, we had budgeted total grants for 2.1 million, and in actual fact, we ended up with 1.7 million. So there's a shortfall there, and I'm just wondering, did we not receive something that we had budgeted to receive, or is it strictly a matter of either the grant funding or the project itself being deferred or allocated to a different year, or is there something more to that difference?
Yeah, I think Angela may need to jump in here, but I believe the big project that didn't go forward was the McClellan Road that you had there was some provincial grants that you had budgeted to receive for that, but that project didn't go forward. And also the Trillium grants for the soccer field. Angela, shake your head. I think there was about $150,000 in Trillium grants there that, but that project, the soccer fields didn't go, that project didn't move forward yet either. So those are the main difference between what you budgeted for and what you received.
Okay, so it's not to say that we've missed out on some grant funding. It's just perhaps not happened in that particular year.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I just want to highlight for members in the gallery the importance of the grants at 21% in the pie chart on page 133. That's why we continue to advocate for OCIF funding to remain the same or increase in these transfers from the province. We really rely on them, and these reports indicate it for the public. So great work. We truly appreciate both of you and our finance department. I couldn't imagine combing through all these numbers day after day. So it's quite a yeah, good for you. Thank you. Ms. Hoyfox, we have a resolution. Oh, Councillor Spills.
Yes, I have a question of our treasurer. With respect to the liability posed by OMERS, is there a concern that we should be socking away some money right now, or is it something that when the increase comes, it's going to be a minor, not to worry?
So the OMERS, the township pays based on contributory earnings, and OMERS hasn't changed their contribution rates, I believe, since I started here at the township. So the note disclosure, as Tracy indicated, relates to their annual report. I'm not sure if the auditors want to add more to what I've indicated.
My concern is they have a liability, and the only way that they can get rid of that liability is increasing the rates. Now that's likely to happen in the near future. We don't want to be hit with a big tax increase when we could be socking away a little bit of money until that happens.
Yeah, the pension plans are governed by very strict governance rules on how much they have to have in assets based on, again, valuations of future payouts. So typically the rates they haven't increased. They haven't increased substantially, but there always is that risk because the markets can crash, and if the markets totally crash, then you would be responsible for increased rates. But as Mary said, I don't have a crystal ball, and they haven't changed for a number of years. So.
All right, so I'll just park that with staff to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from any other councilors? Before I get the resolution read? No? Okay, Ms. Whitefox, would you read the resolution, please?
That report FIN 2021-015 regarding audited financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2020 be received, and the council receives a presentation by Angela Nicol and Tracy Smith of BDO Canada LLP regarding the 2020 Township of Postage financial statements, and the council approves the following documents from BDO Canada LLP: A, the audit report to the members of council dated May 26, 2020, and B, financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2020.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Spoulos.
In favor?
Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
And I'm in favor. That's carried. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks for having us.
You're welcome. All right. Once they're removed, Ms. Hassan, you may start with the next report.
Okay, so the next report is the final tax levy and rates report and bylaw, which is required in accordance with the Municipal Act in order to adopt our final tax levies, due dates, and tax rates. So we're able to now do this as the county has recently passed their tax ratio bylaws. And again, this is an annual report that's provided to council. So I welcome any questions from council.
Yeah, thank you. Can I get Ms. Whitefox to read the resolution, please?
That report FIN 2021-016 regarding the 2021 final tax levy and rates be received, and that the final property tax rates as identified in Schedule B and Schedule C to report FIN 2021-016 be approved, and that the final property tax due dates be established as Tuesday, August 31st, 2021 and Friday, October 29th, 2021, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw number 2021-032 being a bylaw for the levy and collection of property taxes for the 2021 taxation year.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any discussion? Councillor Spoulos?
I'm good, thank you.
You in favor?
In favor?
Okay. Councillor Bailey, any questions or in favor?
Yeah, no questions, and I'm in favor.
Okay. Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just had one question. This is about the final tax levy and rates for this year. I had a question, since it kind of relates to paying taxes. I hope I can insert this question here. It doesn't relate to the report, but it does relate to a resident who would like to pay taxes and had a question about the process. Should I wait until after we adopt the report?
I'm comfortable with Ms. Hassan being able to answer that now, if possible.
Super. Yeah, it's just that they were wondering if there's a way they could pay their taxes in person and have their thing stamped as paid as they have in the past, and because they don't do banking or pay their tax at the bank. I wonder if that's possible to arrange that with staff at the office.
Yes, sorry, go
just
ahead.
1 second, Ms. Hassan. Councillor Bulmer, are they wanting to pay cash for their
No.
entire?
No, just they want to pay by check. They just want to pay it in person and have it stamped as paid. Okay. That's all.
I just wanted that clarified. Ms. Hassan?
Yes.
Yes, if you can, Councillor Bulmer, if you can provide us the information, I'll have staff work through it, okay?
Okay, or is there a particular staff person I should have them contact, or do you want to do the other way around, have staff contact the resident?
They could contact Sarah, but I'll provide you with that information if you'd like, okay?
Sure, we can do that offline. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem.
Right. Councillor Bulmer, you in favor of the report?
Yes, I'm just always willing to help a landowner who's willing to pay their taxes. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm in support.
Okay. And Councillor Greta?
I have no questions and in favor.
Okay, excellent. That is passed. And Ms. Hassan, you are up for 9.2.3.
So this is just the summary of the township's finances on a quarterly basis for January, February, and March. Just the beginning of 2021. If there are any questions from council, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Excellent. Ms. Whitefox, can you read that resolution, please?
The report FIN 2021-017 regarding the first quarter financial report for 2021 be received.
Thank you. May I move her for that so we can discuss it? Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spillis. Any questions, Councillor Spillis?
No, I'm fine. I had staff answered my questions. I'm good.
Okay. You're in favor?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Okay.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I just had one question on page 181. I'm just wondering, Mary, if you could comment on the Public Works professional fees engineering. Sorry, I'm just going to the page, negative 512%.
So that relates to a capital project. So that amount will be reallocated to capital. We caught that after this report was published. So we will reallocate that amount to capital.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, you're in favor, Councillor Bailey?
I am, yes.
Okay, Councillor Ballmer
In favor.
and Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and that's carried. All right. Ms. Whitefox, has Mr. Taylor been able to call back in?
Mr. Chair, he was here a moment ago. Oh, he's back again. So looks like he's joining the same way this time. So we'll see if his internet cooperates.
Welcome back, Mr. Taylor. You're muted if you're trying to speak.
Can you now?
You're broken up again. Did you try calling in through the landline?
I can do that now.
Well, let's try begin your presentation. Let's see if your internet's stable.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I'm going to give you a couple minutes of speaking. If it's broken and the counselors are having difficulty understanding you, then I'll just stop you. And I'm not sure why you didn't call back in on the phone on the landline. Is your home phone not working, or you don't have a phone, or where'd you go? Ms. Hoyt-Fox, when is Kyle Davis available?
I just need to send him a quick email. He's available anytime, just with a bit of notice, about a couple minutes notice.
Mr. Taylor, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Well, shall I begin?
Let's try it.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before council. My name is Bruce Taylor, and I will speak on behalf of the 5-member Train Committee of Concerned Citizens of Pushlinch, community group now of 35 families. Did you hear all of that?
So far.
Okay. Thank you to Mayor Seeley, the councilors, our CAO, and Pushlinch staff for standing up for Pushlinch residents on important issues related to the Guelph Junction Railway. Stand tall. Response number 1 from page 2 of the report to council. We recommend that we continue with regular monthly meetings. We see no merit in bi-monthly meetings at this early stage. In fact, the opposite is called for. We in Pushlinch are exhausted with the noise and hours of the trains. Arco and Pushlinch residents deserve better. We're making progress because of monthly meetings. Let's continue the momentum. Response number 2 from page 2 of the same report to council. Quote, installation of motion sensors at the Arco Road crossing. We support that installation.
You just dropped. Okay, we're gonna have to carry on. Mr. Taylor will have to either phone in. Mr. Taylor, you're either gonna have to phone in or delegate at our next meeting with more
Okay,
secure
so-
internet.
Okay, so I'll try to
All
phone
right.
in. Okay, thanks.
Okay, take care.
Thank you.
Ms. White Fox, are you able to contact Kyle Davis?
Yes, I've just sent him an email now. Hopefully he can join in the next minute or so.
Is Ivan available?
Ivan's available as well. I did just send a quick email to Kyle to see if he can join, and it looks like he can in about 10 minutes. Did we want to
All right,
perhaps
let's,
move to the admin report?
if Ivan's available right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Uh,
sorry for all
okay.
this confusion, Mr. Chair. It looks like Kyle is joining now if you'd like to move to his verbal report.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Taylor's still showing on my screen, Ms. White Fox.
Can you hear me on the telephone?
Councillor Goyda, how's the fiber internet working in Arco?
It's good, but I'm paranoid the power's gonna go out because
know.
it's really storming here right now. So
Same
I'm
here.
hoping that that will stay online here.
Ms. White Fox, I still see Mr. Taylor on my screen.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Bruce, I'm just working to get you back to an attendee role. If you want
Yes.
to just, I think what Mr. Chair has asked is that we reschedule the delegation. So when I move you over, if you don't mind, we're just going to continue on with another report.
Fine. I've already emailed the report this morning to all the council.
Okay, Mr. Davis. There he is. Welcome. Oh, we're not hearing you, but it doesn't show muted, but
Sorry, Marceli, how's that?
excellent.
Okay.
Okay, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. This will be brief. I'm just here to give a brief verbal update on the recent Environment Registry of Ontario posting for Blue Triton, formerly Nestle, permit to take water in Aberfoyle. This was posted back in April. The original posting was set to expire on June 10th, and just prior to the long weekend, the ministry did extend that to June 22nd. Just checking my dates here, but so today I'm just here to provide a quick verbal update that staff have received the documents, the supplemental documents. So you'll note in the posting that they refer to other reports that are in support of the permit to take water that aren't readily available on the website, but can be received upon request. So we did make that request a few weeks ago, and Hardin Environmental is completing a technical review on that, and then staff, myself, are putting together some preliminary comments in regards to it, just from a source water protection perspective as well, and would then be planning to submit those comments along with Hardin's comments to the ministry for their consideration of this posting. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Kyle, and I appreciate you taking your time to come here today to give a quick update, and I'll open up to council. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, thank you for taking the lead and jumping on this. This is obviously a lot of great concern to a number of residents. So the way you've outlined it is that Hardin is undertaking the review. Is that on behalf of the township or on behalf of? Okay.
Yes.
So is a question for our CEO. Is it possible we can have the review available for us to look at the June 16th meeting? This still gives a week before it has to be submitted for the June 22nd deadline.
Yes, we can make that available if that's council's desire.
Okay, I'll make that motion that the Hardin review be made available for council at the June 16th meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spillis. Do we need a motion if we're asking him to review it on our behalf?
No, I'm asking it that they come here first.
Oh,
I'm
yeah, that's what I
asking
mean.
to come here for us before it's passed on.
Yeah, okay. I'll come back to your motion. I'll just go around the table because there's a possibility you might want to amend it. Councillor Bailey.
Maybe along those same lines, can we also see Kyle's comments as well?
Through your Mayor Sealy, absolutely, we can make those available.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's been standard practice to have our consultants' reports come to us so we can add our additional concerns to them or ask questions for clarification prior to the submitting comments. So I think that's good practice to continue. But one, I guess 2 points up to that. One would be, my guess is we're going to want to restate our interest in seeing a shortened renewal period. I think typically we ask for 5. With the concern over the change in ownership, perhaps we might be looking at maybe a 3-year renewal. I'm not sure, but that having them before they're due to be submitted to the province gives a chance to add those comments. The one question I have for Kyle, which kind of relates to source protection indirectly, would be the low water response protocols. And I'm trying to figure out how we could address the concerns that have come up regarding those issues over the past, not just with this taker, but with takers in general, particularly in terms of the fact that these low water response protocols are voluntary, the responses. Secondly, I guess that, relying primarily on stream flows is a trailing indicator rather than a predictive indicator. It's reactive rather than proactive. Is there some way that through this process, maybe we should look at asking for more proactive conditions and more definitive responses to low water levels, as opposed to what we've seen in the past? For example, it's come up here several times. They're only required to cut back from their permitted maximum, as opposed to cut back from what they're actually taking when the low water level occurs. So can you help me understand where to fit these in the process, whether we should try to have those added to this permit, or should we proceed, permit wide on a provincial basis for those, to get those addressed?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bulmer, for that question through you, Mayor Sealy. Yes, I probably would kind of come back with two points on that. So yes, the low water, and you outlined it very well. The low water response program is a provincial program. It's administered by the Grand River Conservation Authority, so one of the water resource engineers. I sit on that committee every year, as do many of the takers, including André Simard from formerly Nestle, now Blue Triton, as well as other takers representing other industries and other municipalities. So it is a provincial program administered by the GRCA. So there's maybe sort of two ways to sort of get at this. Well, one would be we could look to fit some of these comments into this permit. Although probably making the recognition that it's more of a wider program comment versus a specific permit to take water comment. The other, and the reason I suggest that is because under the water quantity framework that's just been sort of been approved in the last 6 weeks by the province, the low water response program is tied into that, and there's the discussion about the water taking strategy and the cumulative. I believe, Councillor Bowman, please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you're talking more about the almost cumulative concerns of multiple takers, as well as individual concerns on the one taker, and then that would tie into the water taking strategy. So we could put some comments in for this permit, but the other approach may be to go directly to the ministry about this, whether that's through one of the conferences or a separate letter to ask them about it, because it is more the overall program rather than this specific permit that I believe that you were mentioning, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, thank you. I think you've identified the challenge I'm on as well, that yes, it's a cumulative matter, but each permit is part of that cumulative taking. And is there any merit in starting with one? And because each has different impacts, and some takers may have greater impacts on surface water features, and others may have greater impacts on deep aquifer features, and so necessarily the response might be different. But I guess the interest is moving away from a trailing indicator to a guiding indicator. I look at it as you can't take water out of the ground that hasn't been put there. And when we solely focus on, or not solely, but primarily focus on stream flows, that's indicating what the result of rainfall that happened months before. Is it possible to look at putting in a protocol for this water taking that is based on precipitation that occurred in the previous 6 months, that is more proactive and predictive of the water that's available, as opposed to waiting to see the response after the problem has occurred?
Given that through you, Mayor Sealy, then I would probably recommend to council to consider both approaches.
Okay.
We could put a comment in our comments with Nestle, and maybe if with council's approval, I would probably talk to Stan to Hardin about that. I think he would be better suited to kind of put that wording together than myself. Then the other approach would be to identify how you would want to approach the ministry overall in regards to that, and whether that's at a higher level or whether that's more at a director or staff level to discuss, because it is the director that was given the authority to kind of initiate those water taking strategies. Now, of course, it's new ground because it's only been approved 6 months ago.
Super. Well, last question then, Kyle. Since I have the opportunity to speak directly to someone who's on the low water response committee, when do you start meeting, and do they only consider the low flow conditions when we actually get to the summer, or do they start considering these things all year round?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Sealy, we've actually gotten an email just in the last 2 weeks from Stephanie Shiflett, who's the water resource engineer from Grand River that manages the committee. So the committee itself meets even before the pandemic, met via teleconference. So now it's Zoom or Teams, and they meet during the kind of the low water season. So kind of starting now through into the fall. But the GRCA, we're very lucky to live in the GRCA watershed. They are on this. They definitely keep a close eye on this. They have lots of data that they collect, and they publish during the season. They publish kind of water status reports. Kind of where all the different river level loggers are at. But even outside of that period, which is kind of the spring, summer, fall, they're still collecting data and still publishing that data directly on their website. So no, we rely heavily on them, and they're the experts in this for sure. So.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Kyle. And I agree with all of the comments so far. I just have one clarification question, I guess, is with the transfer of ownership, is this now being considered as a new permit or a renewal?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Goyda, through you, Mayor Sealy. My understanding, it is a renewal. It's a so typically they needed to renew this because and they had put the application in actually prior to the expiry as per the regulation. So while it was still being owned by Nestle, so then the actual name change is an administrative change. Because those name changes can happen even when they're not being renewed, when the permits aren't being renewed. They can be happen during the approved permit period, and it's just an administrative change. So this is a renewal. This is considered a renewal.
Okay, so there's no these changes that took place just a short while ago. Those would not affect this permit.
That's correct. The regulation, the OWRA regulation, where municipal councils are asked to make a decision to support or not support. This does not apply. That does not apply to this permit.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. I have a question. Is there a direct correlation between deep aquifer water taking and surface water taking? So I'm wondering if, you know, the stream is, you know, running low. Is it identified that the deep aquifer water taking is the culprit, or is it just, you know, environmental situations?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Marceli. I'll answer to the best of my abilities and probably defer a little bit to Hardin in the future. But it generally is more of an indicator of the precipitation and the environmental climatic conditions that are happening, the weather that is happening. But there's definitely tie-ins to shallow groundwater, especially where we have streams running on bedrock with bedrock bottoms. There is groundwater recharge happening there. And in some cases, there can be kind of a direct connection to the deeper aquifer if that unit is kind of at surface, or, you know, at the stream bottom, the surface of the stream's bottom. However, my understanding is generally that's not the case. The connection is more with the shallow aquifer, and so then the connection is the shallow aquifer to the deeper aquifer. So. So there can be impacts. There certainly can be impacts, and stream flows and wetland flows can be limiting factors for water takings, including deep aquifer water takings, and that's probably about as far as I'll go. And we can certainly follow up with Stan if there needs to be more detail.
That's partially my concern, is that in the past we've asked for a shorter time frame for water taking permits around the aggregate industry, and I don't recall if we actually got to that point with the Nestle one, because it was, you know, it was put on hold for so many years. But the ministry would always respond no to our requests. And I remember reading one of the reasons they said no is because we didn't supply any additional reasoning for it other than just an arbitrary ask. And so I want to make sure that if council is going to be asking for comments to be submitted on this item, that we have professionals that are qualified for the. And I'm not trying to discredit you or Stan. I don't know your credentials. I don't know Stan's. But if, you know, you're indicating that there may not be a direct correlation between the two, then why are we going to hold them accountable to it? So we need to make sure we get that right, and we have the proper people review it. And that's my biggest concern. I have no problem taking a look at it. And so further to that, Councillor Spoulos, you stated a motion. And I believe Councillor Bailey made a friendly amendment for Kyle's report as well. Is there anything further you wanted to add to that?
And I think the Councilor Bulmer's points are apropos, and Kyle's response to Councilor Bulmer apropos. In other words, we should be attacking this on two fronts. One, the specifics being this water taking permit, and second being a general letter of concern with respect to the water flows as a reactive, not a precursor. In other words, we already have the problem in place. So my motion accordingly is to ask Hardin to prepare a statement along those lines that we can submit directly to the Ministry of Environment as a concern what we have.
In relation to the permit to take water, or as Kyle mentioned, as a separate letter?
There are two aspects. One is we want to see the first motion is to see the information provided by Hardin and Kyle with respect to the specific water taking. And the second is a letter, a draft letter by Hardin. It talks about the issue that you and Councilor Bulmer raised. In other words, the linkage between the surface water and the aquifer.
Councillor Spoulos, could we keep the two items separate? And we have that correspondence later in the agenda around the Mill Creek water levels. Maybe we could just ask Hardin to review that component then, to keep the permit to take water component and the low water levels separate, or is that not?
I'll defer to Councilor Bulmer. He raised a point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Spoulos. Yeah, I think the chair has that's a good suggestion, because I had similar notes attached to that correspondence as well, and maybe that's it, with regard to this one. The motion could ask our consultants to consider a proactive conditions that can be placed attached to this permit to take water, instead of relying on the reactive low water response. And then it's specific to the water taking permit. And then we can deal with the other piece, which is provincial wide for all water taking permits or low water responses in general under that other piece of correspondence. Would that satisfy you, Councillor Spoulos? For you, Mr. Chair.
Fine. Just want to get through and get what we want to achieve at this meeting.
Yeah, I like that, Councillor Bulmer. It separates it a little bit, and then when our letter goes towards the Ministry of Environment, it might carry a little bit more weight, being a standalone issue. So that's I'm comfortable with that. Ms. Hoyt-Fox, do you have that resolution captured well?
So maybe I'll just read what I have just in draft. I may have missed just the last part. Councillor Bulmer was suggesting about a proactive approach. So I may need that repeated, but what I have is that the verbal report by Kyle Davis regarding Triton Water Canada Holdings Inc., formerly Nestle, permit to take water be received, and that staff requests Triton to provide supporting data either in writing or via a presentation to council by June 16th, and that comments from Hardin Environmental and Kyle Davis be provided in order that council may prepare and submit comments before the June 22nd deadline. And I was going to follow that, and that the township consultants approach these potential issues through a proactive approach, but I think I need that part of the motion repeated.
Councillor Bulmer, could you just help her with that one, please?
Thank you. Yes, that our consultants develop or suggest proactive or license conditions that act proactively to prevent low water conditions rather than license or water taking condition or permit conditions that respond after the fact to low water conditions. And if I could, Madam Clerk, since Blue Bottle or Blue, what's it called? Blue Triton? Blue Triton has already provided those technical documents to Kyle. Do we need to have that in this motion? That, I mean, they're now available. Our consultants have those documents as required. Do we need to include that in this motion?
No,
I'll go to Councillor Spoulos because I don't believe he asked for them to be included.
I didn't ask them. It was my intention to ask for them if they were not provided. Since our consultants have them, I'm fine with not including it in the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spoulos. Ms. Whitefox, were you able to capture the end part of that resolution from Councillor Bulmer?
I do. Would you like just me to read out what I have now?
Sure, please.
That comments from Hardin Environmental and Kyle Davis be provided in order that council may prepare and submit comments before the June 22nd deadline, and that the township consultants develop license conditions that act proactively to prevent low water conditions rather than permit conditions that respond after the fact to the low water conditions.
Councillor Bulmer?
Just one, yes, thank you. Just I misspoke by using license conditions. It's the second time you have it correct. Permit conditions, it should be, both cases should be permit conditions or
Okay.
conditions of the permit. You know. Thank
Okay.
You. Okay, so we had Councillor Spoulos move that. We need a seconder. Somebody second it.
Sure, I will.
Councillor Goida. Okay, any comments or questions? Councillor, I'll go with Councillor Bailey since Councillor Spoulos moved it.
No, I don't have any questions. I like where this is going.
Councillor Bulmer.
Hello?
There you go.
What?
Any comments?
I'm
just
sorry,
moved.
I heard my name.
Yeah, we moved the resolution and I'm just given an opportunity for last comments.
Oh, thank you. No, that's fine. Thank you. I'm sorry. My council pack was just running in my other ear, so I didn't hear what you said. Thank
problem.
you.
Councillor Goida.
No additional questions. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to call the vote then. I guess I should do it just because it's an important topic. So all in favor, Councillor Spoulos,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Okay, that's carried. Excellent. Thank you, Kyle.
You're welcome.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
So are we on to Ivan now, Ms. Whitefox?
The first report there, I can just give just a really brief explanation and answer any questions. It's just the report 2021-031, the first quarter bylaw enforcement update.
Sure.
So this is just one of our regular reports that we bring forward quarterly, and this is just showing the work that has been done in the first quarter of 2021. It outlines the amount of complaints that have been received and categorizes them. And just as a note, staff have worked to close and tidy up a lot of the old files that have gone back as far as 2013, just with bylaw enforcement files that were outstanding. And so in the first quarter, just an acknowledgement to the administrative staff that have worked very hard to get approximately 100 files closed in the first quarter of this year. They worked very hard last year, kind of organizing and digitizing those files, and worked away this year to consolidate and to close up any outstanding matters. So just some acknowledgement for administrative staff and the hard work that went into that this year.
Excellent work. Thank you. Can I have you read that resolution too, please?
Yes. That report ADM 2021-031 regarding the first quarter bylaw enforcement update be received for information.
Mover for that. Councillor Bailey, I saw you raise your hand. Okay, seconder, Councillor Spoulos. Any comments, questions? Councillor Spoulos?
I have no comments or questions. Just to thank staff for the hard work. It's tough slugging, but it's worthwhile to keep our residents happy.
Right. Are you in favor?
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
I am in favor, and yeah, great job to staff for doing 102 closed complaints there. That's great.
Are you in favor?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
in favor.
All right. Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Okay. Councillor Goida.
Yeah, I just want to echo that gratitude. The last time this report came to council, there was 116 open bylaw violation files, and now there's 34. So great work, and I am in favor.
Thank you. Yes, great work by staff and cleaning up these files. Whoever's on the receiving end of them, they would want resolution as well. And I think Ivan's doing great work. All right, so that's carried. So I guess we're on to the proposed parking solutions. Is Ivan for that one, or are you gonna?
Yes,
present that
Ivan's here. I've just moved him over now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Ivan. Let's see if I hear him. There he is.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, just if you don't mind giving me a moment here.
Yep, no problem.
Technical difficulties. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you. You can start whenever you're ready, Ivan.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm here to present a report for the parking situation on Side Road 10 North. A couple of council meetings ago, we had a direction from council to report on the issues on Side Road 10 North. And we have attached here a report in your agendas with just a couple of options and solutions for the situation on Side Road 10 North. And I'm here to take any questions from council regarding the options that are presented.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Spoulos.
Yes, thank you, Ivan, for putting this together. I don't have a good grasp of what works best. What's important to me is that whichever option selected is the one that works best for staff in terms of maintenance and administration and enforcement. So can you summarize which option and why it be preferred by staff?
Okay, thank you, Councilor Spoulos. If you don't mind giving me a moment here, I seem to have an issue with my computer. I can't even pull up any reports. Seems like my computer is frozen.
No problem. Mr. Schwendinger, would you have a perspective on that component?
Sure. Maybe before we get to that though, Courtney, would this be a good time to talk about an additional option that we as staff had discussed?
Yes. So we did put together a list of pros and cons for the various options. So I can help with that until Ivan gets his computer working. And additionally, as Mr. Schwendinger has mentioned, we staff looked into this further since this report was presented to council last week. And we'd like to talk about a third option as well for council to consider. So we have three for you. And we do have a map that actually will help with that third option, just because I know it's hard sometimes to visualize. So perhaps if you'd like, if I can walk through until Ivan's ready, just some of the pros and cons, and then Mr. Chair, I can share my screen and just we can look at the third option and I can describe just what that will look like.
Yes,
Courtney,
for sure.
I was just able to figure out my computer issues. My apologies. Courtney, if you're okay, I'm happy to discuss those.
Okay, certainly. Just let me know when you're ready for the third option, Ivan, and I can share my screen.
Absolutely, thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, so as Courtney was saying that we have summarized some pros and cons for every option, including also having a third option that was identified by staff after the report was generated. And I would like to just summarize that, if that's okay with you, just before going over the pros and cons.
Sure.
Courtney, if you do have the map available to share, it would be fantastic. Thank you very much. So what we have here on the screen is the Side Road 10 North with an area at the end where there is currently it's gated at the yellow line. So what staff is proposing as a third option is to open the unopened road allowance between the two yellow lines and basically allow for further parking to occur outside the residential property boundaries. And there's several pros and cons that are associated with that. Couple of the pros are to maximize the parking that could potentially facilitate parking for as many as 70 vehicles. Also direct parking away from the residential properties, as well as lower. It's much lower cost to install compared to the other options. And some of the cons with option number 3 is it will cost approximately $4,000 to extend the road. This is just an estimation that was provided to us by Public Works. The increased volume of parking will potentially attract more residents to come to this area. I mean, this could be a pro and a con at the same time. With the increased volume of parking, there might be more parking violations and a liability component as a result from that. We see that a slight increase in the operating for maintenance costs, such as gravel, potholes, and maintenance of the road. The operating cost for Public Works increases on an average of $20 per sign to be in compliance with the reflectivity standards. So this would be a con for, I would say, all options, because we're proposing to install no parking signage from Niska Road and Whitelaw Road intersection, and moving approximately 200 meters towards the end of the road allowance. I would go and summarize the pros and cons for option number 1, which was something that staff put together that would potentially have the ability to create a parking lot, maximize vehicle parking for approximately 10 to 15 vehicles. Then one of the pros is that there will be structured parking available, less opportunity for parking violations to happen, because the parking will be clearly marked and indicated, and there might be some signage available to direct where parking could occur. It would also limit the liability of possible accidents due to vehicles being parked on the road and double parking on the road. A few other cons for option number 1 would be that it is quite costly. Just from the initial report from Public Works, they advised us that it would cost approximately $10,000 if staff would to install this, and the timing of construction will be not until the late fall of 2021. This would also increase the operating costs for Public Works, as I mentioned previously, to inspect the signage to ensure that it complies with the reflectivity standards. And I believe option number 2 is also a good option that was proposed by staff, as it would keep everything almost in a status quo state. The only thing that we would be changing is installing the no parking signage and allowing for vehicles to be parked on the side of the road. So that would involve the installation of about 8 to 10 signs for no parking from Whitelaw Road and Niska Road, moving about 200 meters towards the end. And the signs can be installed immediately, and it would approximately allow for about 10 vehicles to park on the road. it does have some negative aspects because it does parking on the road does increase the liability risks for the township, and we as well we're going to have some operating costs for public works to check the reflectivity standards of the signs that are installed. There's also greater possibility for parking infractions due to lack of structure parking and increased liability from parking of vehicles on the road.
Okay. Thank you. Now, do we want to any further discussion, Ivan, that you want to add for that third option? You've covered it pretty thoroughly.
Yes, I believe it was covered as well as I can. Anyways, okay. This was a last minute addition by staff, but I do believe that it's also a viable option that could be implemented sooner than option number one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spose.
Just a question. Past that barrier south, the grade drops down quickly to the bottom of the valley, so to speak. Is there a problem with grades and winter maintenance associated with that option? This would be a question, I guess, for Mike Fowler.
Yesterday, we did an inspection of the road, of the existing road platform. It has held up for the past 30 years quite well. The ditching is still in place, and it's still the existing profile of the original side road 10 alignment. So in my opinion, zero work has to be done as far as improving the slope or the profile of the road.
Last question for option 3, will you still have that parking lot, or is that option 3 without that parking lot?
Option 3 would consist of not necessarily structured parking, but a turnaround bulb would be constructed at the end of the extension. This would allow cars to proceed down to either park facing east or be able to turn around to face west.
Okay, I guess, Mr. Mayor, my preference seems to be number 3 because you move everything out of the residential area, but that's open for a discussion.
Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Oh, it's nice to have all these options. I just had one question for Ivan. The road was actually wider than I had pictured or seen on Google Maps. Took the whole family for a little car ride yesterday and checked it out. Is there not an option to allow parking the whole way up the road on one side only?
Option 4.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. So just from previous experience dealing with traffic studies, the road is wider at the edge, I would say at the end of the road allowance, but it's approximately 8 meters wide in most sections. And even though it might appear like there might be an opportunity to allow parking on one side of the road, I would strongly advise against that due to safety concerns. If there is vehicles that do park on one side of the road and then there's illegal vehicles on the opposite side of the road, might create that tunnel where it might make it very difficult for emergency vehicles to respond to any complaints in the area or any emergency situations. This is why my advice is to prohibit parking on both sides of the road until I would say that 200-meter point, which at this point I think it's still viable to permit about 10 to 15 vehicles to park in that area, because we do have the other option for vehicles to park up on Niska Road near the bridge there. So I just judging based on my visits to the to both location, the volume of vehicles that I would be visiting, the area is approximately about between 20 to 30 vehicles for both locations on busy times. And I don't think I've seen any more vehicles than that. So I guess to summarize, I would strongly suggest that parking is maintained. No parking is maintained until that point.
Okay. My understanding is it's Lafarge that owns the property on the Guelph side. Have we thought of reaching out to them to see if we could expand the road to allow more parking and make it wider? Is partnering with Lafarge an option?
I don't believe that staff has explored any such option, and there might be some other issues with widening the road beyond the limit of the road allowance. So I believe Mike could probably speak to that further.
I can speak to that as well. What would be the purpose of acquiring more property there? Like, we've got the full road allowance that should provide sufficient there. We could definitely fit a sufficient number of cars in there. Just trying to understand what the purpose of getting additional property would be.
Well, I guess so that you could park all the way down the road and not have the width issue that Ivan just spoke about. I understand it's also still could be an active pit. So I don't know if it's extending down further and then Lafarge then says, oh, we're going to make it more active. Then what do we do? Just asking some questions, that's all. I thought maybe they'd like to do a good deed and help out with some options.
Well, and we're already providing, like, the third option already provides more parking. So, I mean, it may become a question of how much more is enough.
Yeah.
So if you're comfortable for now, I'll just maybe go on to Councillor Balmer and we'll circle back around again.
Yeah. Can I just have a clarification? How many cars did the extension of the road allowance give for vehicles? I thought I heard 70.
Yeah, based on initial assessment, it was approximately around 70 vehicles, as many, depending.
70?
70, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is considerable.
That's a lot.
That's 70 cars. That's 140 trips down that 10th side road.
Then you can have speeding issues.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ivan and staff for coming up with this other option. I just want to clarify. So right now, is it just a gate or barriers? I think it's a gate at the terminus of the existing open road. Is that right?
That's correct.
So is the proposal to move that gate or to keep it and install a new one at the proposed new southerly terminus?
We would have to relocate it, and I believe there's some concrete blocks there and some concrete bollards. So those would be relocated as well.
Okay, so this would be a full-time year-round expansion of the parking as opposed to just creating a situation where we had two gates or two barriers that we could have summertime expansion use and then close it for the wintertime when there's less use.
Yes.
Glenn, you're broken up.
Sorry, is that better?
Yep, there you go.
Okay, at this point, that's correct. Yes, it would. We had envisioned just moving the open road further down so it would be open year round.
Right. I do like the idea, but I also like Councillor Bailey's suggestion that extended area. I'm not as comfortable with having cars on both sides as Ivan said about the tunnel effect and emergency vehicles and all that stuff. And as the mayor pointed out, 70 cars is a lot of traffic. So it would be possible to mark it as no parking on one side of this extended road, but allow parking, say on the, people go down, turn around the bulb and then park on the way back up or however they do it. I'll leave that to staff to figure out. But also to Councillor Bailey's question about the gravel pit, or more to the point, the proposed quarry on the west side of Side Road 10. this is the only one of the potential downsides to this expanding project is that fly rock that'll be generated when that becomes a quarry, and they're proposing to quarry right up to the edge of the road allowance. So, but this is not permanent, this is flexible. So I would probably be more inclined to put my support behind option 3, but only have parking on one side for that extended open road allowance.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goida.
Thanks. I just have, I think maybe a couple of clarification points. The first is actually to deal with the Niska Road Bridge, the area there. It talks about in this report saying suggesting that parking be restricted from Niska Road Bridge to the snowplow turnaround. And the parking prohibition would then resume 15 meters after the snowplow turnaround. And I'm wondering if perhaps Ivan can just refresh my memory as to what the difference is between restricted. I mean, prohibition is pretty self-explanatory, but what does the restricted component mean exactly?
I think, Councillor Goida, the terms are being used interchangeably. And I'm sorry if I've confused anybody with the report, but the idea is that when we restrict parking from the Niska Road Bridge to the turnaround, and then permit parking to occur for about 50 meters, this would allow for I would say another seven vehicles to park in the area, and then resume the same restriction moving forward, because the road is narrow, and we would want to keep that restriction to ensure that there's less liability.
Okay, I was not understanding that correctly, but it's being proposed that there would be an area of approximately 15 meters where people could actually park.
That's correct, and as opposed to the current restriction is there's no parking at all.
Okay, and then in terms of the option number 3, which I don't see on the screen anymore, but what is a realistic expectation of how many cars need to be accommodated? Like, I mean, when that trail is being used sort of at its maximum capacity, how many vehicles realistically have been parked?
Councillor Goida, realistically speaking, I haven't seen more than 20 vehicles being parked on busy times. And I believe if option 3 is something that council supports, I'm more inclined to agree with Councillor Balmer about also restricting parking on one side of the street in that area, and to allow for vehicles to turn and to limit the liability where vehicles could be double parked and having issues with emergency vehicles responding to any kind of issues there. So realistically speaking, if we do that, then we're looking at about 30 vehicles in that area that being parked actively, which would accommodate the use of the trail.
Okay, so based on that assessment, it sounds like just based on the need for amounts of vehicles to be parked, option number 3 would be the best choice regardless, because option 1 and 2 don't necessarily provide adequate parking for it being used at its sort of full capacity.
That's correct.
Okay, and then last clarification question is just, I apologize that I have been meaning to go there and check this out firsthand, and I just haven't got there yet. But what exactly is there an actual trail that goes kind of loops all in and around, or is the trail just really the length of that unopened road allowance? And the reason I'm asking that is if the whole trail just consists of that unopened road allowance and we're now parking cars the whole length, does that not take away from the enjoyment of enjoying that trail? Or am I misunderstanding what is actually what the trail actually consists of.
Yep, I am more than happy to explain that. So the Speed River Trail actually it's about 3 kilometers long, and it goes through several properties, and I believe there's a few entrances. So the trail actually begins at the end of the unopened road allowance, which is quite further south west, I believe, and there is signage directing where people should go, and I do believe that allowing for this third option to occur would not take away from the trail, because this is still part of the unopened road allowance, and would not take away from the enjoyment of the trail.
Okay, thank you. And based on that, I would be inclined to go with option number 3. And as Councillor Balmer alluded to, perhaps just have the parking on one side, which should be more than adequate.
Thank you, councillors. So seems like there's a consensus that option 3 seems to be the way to go. One thing I want to suggest is that we do this as a graduated process. As Ivan indicated, we've added 7 parking spaces on Niska, and that is almost 50%. My math isn't great, so of the normal amount of use during a COVID pandemic. So there's a real possibility here that in the next few months, when our vaccination percentages reach, and I just got an email this morning, I think we're at 56% in Wellington County, that the use of this trail is going to drop off significantly and go back to historical levels, because most of our complaints that we receive in emails is the last 2 years, it's been absolutely increased traffic. Well, what's been going on for the last 2 years is a pandemic. So my suggestion would be that to get some action, and our responsibility as a township is to ensure that the signage is there, the bylaws in place, so that when there is a concern, the individuals that have the concern can call Ivan. If he's not working, then they can call the OPP for an enforcement. And then, you know, we've heard this in the past that OPP require the bylaw in place and signage so they can enforce. Otherwise, they're not going to attend. So that's where I think our priority should be. So I would suggest that council endorses option 3, but we graduate the implementation of it, because I was on the same thought process as Councillor Balmer with leaving that gate in place so that Public Works could close it in the winter. I believe earlier in this process, it was indicated that there was a skating rink down there, which I'm fine with, but I just have envisions of parents driving down there in, you know, poor conditions because the skating rinks down there and getting stuck at the bottom of the hill. If we have the ability to reduce the size of the parking during the winter, that's going to take some pressure off Public Works. And also, as I'm indicating, graduating this in, we may find that there isn't a need to spend that additional funding and open it up with the additional parking spaces on Niska, the signage, and the enforcement. Also, I think we should do is have a component of reaching out to the I think it's the Guelph Hiking Club, and just let them know to their members that there is now 15 meters of parking available on Niska, and also that we're going to be doing more enforcement and signing of the no parking zones. So just to get that information out. So I'll ask council their thoughts on the graduated process. It sounds like we're adopting, oh, I've upset the CAO. I better let him speak. Mr. Schwendiger.
No, I haven't upset at all. Just a comment that as staff was working through this and we were discussing it yesterday, this is another option that came to mind, and we wanted to present it to you guys to see if this is something that you're interested in us considering, or that you're interested in considering. There are a few other details that we would want to work out and come up with a whole plan as to how we would suggest implementing this and how it would go about and what the cost would be. Because it's an open road allowance, we'd have to do some legal work in bylaws to open an unopened road allowance, those types of things. So before we embarked on all that, we just wanted to see if this is something that you'd even consider, and it sounds like it is. So perhaps it would be appropriate if that now that we have there's at least some interest from council, that we could look into it in further detail and report back to you, and then come up with, like you just mentioned, some of the options for year round or seasonal or whatever. We could come up with those kinds of ideas, but we just kind of wanted to see if this was float this idea to see if you'd be interested or not.
Yeah, but I believe that essentially option 2 would be part of that component, because we would still be signing 10 Side Road from Whitelaw down to whatever Ivan determines, no parking both sides of the road. So I'd like that implemented prior to waiting for staff report back on option 3. Is that the consensus, Councilor Spillis?
I agree with the assessment that what you suggested, we put the signs up. But I really think we should be moving on extending the sidewalk 20, pending, of course, what CEO has to do with respect to necessary legalese to ensure it happens. My concern is I've been there 6-7 years ago, and in the wintertime, it's busy there. A lot of people go out there, and I don't think what you got on Niska Road will, plus what you have here will suffice. People on Niska Road go to the north, they don't go to the south. So they're not gonna walk along Niska to walk all the way down sidewalk 10 to get to that. They go elsewhere. So those 7 spots on Niska are dedicated for the people going the other way. I think we should be bolstering the amount of people going, the accommodate number of people who want to go south.
Okay. But I believe the intention is for Mr. CEO just mentioned, for staff to go back and look at the items you just mentioned, the legality, the challenges with the road.
Absolutely, but your suggestion was to put a phased approach in, and I'm saying, well, once we cross the legal hurdles, I think we should open it up instead of waiting and see and get more complaints. Like the way I look at it, we have a viable solution from staff, it seems to work. We're going to satisfy the people who live on sidewalk 10. Let's move with it if we can.
Essentially, it is moving, but what I'm trying to say is let's put the signs up now, because would the signs not have to wait until it's
I agree with the
CEO
signs.
comes back, right?
I support the signs, Mr. Mayor. That wasn't clear. It is clear. Should make it clear. I support the signs, but I think we should also be moving on going south as well.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with moving forward on going south with a report back from the CEO in case there's something we've missed, some liabilities, something along those lines. But yes, we're both in agreement with that. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I think to clarify too, the signs are so that we can have proper enforcement. Is that not the reason?
I believe so, Mr. Levinsky.
Councilor Bailey, that's correct. The signs are so that myself and the OPP can conduct active enforcement. As currently there's absence of, I wouldn't say absence of signs, because I believe signs have been installed there, but they haven't been installed by the township. With the absence of the bylaw being in place, we are not able to enforce them at the moment. So this approach would involve us ordering the signs, installing them, as well as approving the bylaw.
Right. So I would agree with getting those in right away so that we can do that proper. Maybe this is a question for Glenn. Is there any significance to calling something a pilot project and then for a year and then reassessing in a year? Does it make any difference with behind the scenes stuff?
I think it might be a little bit more difficult to do that in this situation, because if we do it, we're going to have to relocate the concrete barriers and those bollards in the gate. We're going to have to pass the bylaw to open the closed road allowance and all that. So you either do that or you don't. You can't kind of do it for a year and try it, because then if you decide not to, then you have to put all that back in place and undo what you did. So I think it's either you do it or you don't.
Okay. I didn't know if a pilot would prevent us from having to do all of that at first.
No,
but that's fine. Okay. Yeah. And just, for the record, I'm in favor of option 3.
Okay.
Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm all in for moving ahead. Just when we come back with the with the next report, with the reopening the road allowance motion and all that stuff, could we also include just an indication from the authority that actually takes care of that road on our behalf? Just a little confirmation that what we're doing fits with whatever equipment they're using. If we're going to keep it open all winter, that they're copacetic with all that. Does that make sense?
Capture that, Ms. Whitefox? Make sure Guelph Paramosa is okay with maintaining the road down the hill and back up
Hey,
during the
yes.
winter.
I do have a clarification question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
With respect to installing no parking signs and getting that amendment ready for the next council meeting, are we looking to restrict parking all the way down Side Road 10 North to the very end, and then looking ahead at opening the road allowance? I'm asking for clarification just so I know what to put in the resolution, but also just that we would be having no parking available at that time then. And if it takes a period of time to open the open road allowance, we could be left in a position with people not having anywhere to park.
Ivan, what was your understanding?
So my understanding, this would be more in line with option number 2, to actually restrict parking 200 meters southwest. And that would include an area approximately 50 meters where people can park that up until the edge of the unopened road allowance where the gates are. So my suggestion would be to install the signs up until that point to permit parking to occur until the unopened road allowance could be moved.
That makes sense, Ms. Whitefox?
Yes, so we're looking to prepare an amendment to the parking bylaw in accordance with option 2 and install signs in accordance with option 2 with the next steps to bring forward a report for implementing option 3 in the long term.
Right, and option 3 will have prohibitive parking on one side of the road. I guess we'll leave that up to Ivan and staff to determine which side, whether it's when you're going down or coming up.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, when option 3 is implemented, the parking prohibition that we're suggesting in option 2 would be moved that 50-meter length up until where the gate is right now. So parking is moved further away from the residential properties and then permitted for that stretch where approximately 30 vehicles could park on one side of the road.
So you're essentially on your aerial photo, once option 3 is implemented, the purple area will become no parking as well. And it will only be, okay. Does council understand that? Yep. Okay.
Just to clarify something, Mr. Mayor, when we were talking about Niska Road parking, currently that option for the 7 spots is not implemented because currently the bylaw restricts all parking in that area. So the next report amending the bylaw will include permitting parking to occur in that area. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yep, sounds good.
Mr. Mayor, can I clarify something?
Sure.
Just to clarify for Council Ballmer's question, currently 10 Side Road North is maintained by Pustlage Public Works, both summer and winter. And it has been factored in already that the increased maintenance, whether it be winter or summer, can be absorbed through operating.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Ms. Whitefox, can you read that resolution, please?
That report ADM 2021-032 regarding the proposed parking amendments be received, and that staff prepare an amendment to the township parking bylaw 5000-05 as amended in accordance with option 2 for the June 16th, 2021 council meeting. And the council endorses option 3 as presented by staff, and that parking be restricted to one side of the extended road allowance, and that staff prepare a report identifying next steps for implementing option 3 for the June 16th, 2021 council meeting.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, seconder. I'm gonna pick on the other side of the computer. Councillor Gordy, you want to second that?
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Favor?
may
Sure.
I suggest we also communicate with the affected property owner to indicate that we're moving on this and what we're planning to do?
Sure. Capture that, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, I've added that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bailey, question?
Can we also add, I liked the suggestion of the Guelph hiking group. I just think that would reach a lot of people. They have a lot of members through the Facebook group and whatnot. So it would just educate everybody that goes what's happening.
Councillor Bailey, just to further on that, I do have a contact that I've been speaking with the Guelph Hiking Club, and I'm going to reach out to them personally to advise them of the changes that are upcoming. That way they can communicate to their members.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Excellent. Any further questions? Okay, so all in favor? Did I already ask you, John?
No.
In favor? Yep. Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
in favor. That's carried. What time are we at? 12:05. I believe we are to go to Mr. Salas and Ms. Wellholm for her report. Are they available, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, they're both here. I can move them over.
Okay, thank you. There it is. Oh, shoot.
Hello there.
Welcome, Sarah and Aldo. Nice to see you
Good
too.
to see you.
Good afternoon.
Let me pull up this report. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And I believe it's your report, Sarah, but Aldo, I don't know if you want to take the helm at first.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Seeley, and we're pleased to join council this afternoon. The report that's before you was presented by Sarah to Planning Committee, County Planning Committee a couple of weeks ago. The report is really in direct response to the provincial government's proposal to expand the Greenbelt and the potential negative impacts on the township, both in terms of municipal growth and development and really community sustainability. So we felt it was important to pursue this. We don't really have, well, I'll let Sarah get into the details. We're sort of in uncharted territory here. But I can say that staff supported the report, and it goes to County Council tomorrow, and I suspect, again, it'll be supported. So I'll just pass it over to Sarah if you want to hear a little bit more in terms of sort of the rationale for the report and some of the, there may be some challenges with it, but I'll just hand it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Aldo. It's nice to be back with Puslinch Council. It's been a little while. The report before that is before you today, as Aldo said, there was some degree of urgency because of the proposal to expand the Greenbelt. So I will just briefly go over the report. It's seeking provincial support to identify what we've called a regionally significant economic development area in Puslinch. And we do recognize that Puslinch needs our help and that the growth plan policies together with the proposed Greenbelt expansion leave very few options for growth of any kind in Puslinch. And so we have had conversations with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and we've put forward this report. We've considered the issues from many different angles, and this potential solution is something that we felt we could put forward mainly because of Highway 401 and Highway 6, and the fact that there is policy support and a need to designate lands nearby for employment uses. And taking that together with the provincial government's own commitment to invest in what are significant improvements to both highways, we felt that now was a window of opportunity that we really couldn't miss. The improvements are a positive direction, of course, but at the same time, they also reduce available designated rural employment land, as is set out in the report. And of course, as you all well know, Puslinch is well situated and is of regional significance with connections to Guelph, Hamilton, Cambridge, KW, and beyond. The policy framework in place right now isn't fully aligned with the provincial approach in terms of, you know, how historically some of these important areas have been named, and they're not technically settlement areas. So, you know, there isn't an exact fit, and that's why we're here. So as part of preparing for this report, we did do a review of some similar policy exceptions that have been in place in the growth plan for a number of years for Simcoe County. Now, Simcoe County's situation isn't exactly the same, but it does have some similarities that we felt were worth highlighting in the report. In particular, identifying employment areas that require large lots or parcels of land, and also depend on access to a 400 series highway. So at the same time, we had an opportunity to make a submission through a recognized process in the growth plan, through another report that we presented on alternative intensification targets. And so we thought we would piggyback this request at the same time, because that is a recognized process. So really, this is an outside the box solution that we feel will help support the long-term viability of the township. As I said, there's no process to make this request, so we've found a way. There are certainly no guarantees that the province will allow this to proceed, which is why we haven't gotten into a lot of detail around boundaries. And you know, clearly there would be additional work to be done, including, of course, consultation. So we hope that Township Council also sees merit in this request, and we're here today to talk more about it and answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Aldo, to you and Sarah, I truly appreciate the work you put into this report and thinking outside the box for Puslinch. And also, I know, Sarah, you're working so hard on the MCR. You got pulled off that probably to do this Greenbelt expansion, and then you got a mayor throwing darts at a dartboard at you guys, hoping there's something to work, and you put together this report. So outstanding work. I look forward to the comments from council. I'm fully in. I'll put my support behind this. It's a great report and great for Puslinch. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, thank you very much. I echo the mayor's comments. We certainly need a lifeline, and this seems to be one of them. You mentioned that this is sort of a generic type report. Are you intending to flesh it out at a later date? Because one of my thoughts was some of the comments that council has made previously, such as designating 0.5 kilometers on either side of the 401, and also the extended Highway 6 as similarly employment lands. So if this is a generic report that you'll plan to follow up and pinpoint areas such as that later on, then I'm fine.
For you, Mr. Mayor, that's something that Aldo and I discussed quite a bit, and I think quite wisely. We're keeping it broad at this time. We haven't stated Highway 6 north or south, because it's important to keep all those options open. And there are certain things that would need to be considered also along Highway 401, like natural heritage features and the quality of agricultural land, to a few. So certainly there would need to be more discussion. I think we need to know if we have a green light to even have those conversations.
Okay, the next question relates to residential growth. I know this report is sort of going after the employment lands. Is there an opportunity to piggyback an area, identify an area for future residential growth? The logic being, if we're going to be shut out by the Greenbelt, shouldn't we be at least picking an area saying this is designated for future residential growth, and the Greenbelt people will basically honor it for future, whether it's 5, 10, 25 years in the future?
Oh, that's another good question. And the residential side of things is more complicated. And the framework, the provincial framework, and also to some extent our local policy framework is even more restrictive. And we're still looking at the residential side of things through our work with our consultants. Over like historically, the township has had severances, which have typically formed a large portion of residential growth. And we're still in the process of analyzing the historical severance rates and then looking at the potential future severance activity that may or may not be able to be realized given the agricultural system mapping and the natural heritage system mapping. So this is where we are at this point.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I'll break for now, and I really would like to suggest that we ask staff as part of the residential component that they consider an area in Puss Lynch for future residential growth. I don't want to tie it to this report specifically, but tie it to the work that they have ongoing as a separate activity.
Okay. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, what a great report. Thank you, Sarah and Aldo. It was such a good summary, and I found it really easy to kind of see all the reasons why we would request this in a clear manner. One of my questions was already answered in terms of what an area was. It seemed like a vague term to use, but that's the explanation you've given, Sarah, makes sense. So to me, it just seems like this is kind of a walking down the pathway and knocking on the door of the ministry to kind of see if we can get a conversation going. So I think this is a great out of the box thinking, and I'll definitely endorse it.
Thank you. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Aldo. It seems like it was just maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe a month ago you were back. It's nice to see you again. And Ms. Wilhelm, it's just fantastic to see you back around in our realm here. It's not that we don't like the other people that come in your stead, but we certainly miss your presence. So appreciate the report. I gotta say, it was nice to feel like we've been heard out here in the wilderness. You've captured a lot of things that have been discussed around this council table over the years. As you mentioned, going back to when they proposed to expand the Greenbelt a few years ago, that's when council put on the table the idea of maybe starting to preserve some of the lands around 401 Highway 6 in preparation of that. And I can recall when we had presentations to the Minister of Natural Resources, explaining some of the problems with below water table extraction in this area in terms of, substituting one interim land use for the permanent loss of employment lands. And I'm glad you captured that in there. And we actually suggested it'd be nice if there are lands in the township in these areas that we could do both. We could have interim extraction above the water table to create permanent long-term employment lands. Don't know if that was well received or not, but it was presented. And this last piece about when we think about the number of acres that are going to be lost to the Highway 6 bypass, both employment lands for the mid-block interchange, but also residential assessment south. I think it's a reasonable ask to suggest that there should be some compensating expansion of employment lands for that. And at the same time, I know this is going over and above our allotment countywide for employment lands, but I've often thought that, you know, a development of employment lands in Drayton helps us down here too, since the lion's share of any of the property taxes on employment lands go to the county. So we have needs for county expenses as well. We've got libraries and county roads. And so I hope the rest of the county will see it that way too, that if Puslinch is granted sort of an exemption from this limitation on employment lands, that they recognize that new employment lands here will benefit the county as a whole, from here to Mount Forest and Palmerston to Erin. So it's I think it could be a win-win overall. So thank you so much for the report.
Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Sapoulis, you wanted to discuss the residential.
Councillor Gordon, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Goida.
Okay,
Moved around.
it's okay.
We'll do that once a meeting.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to echo the gratitude for recognizing this issue and, you know, having this outside of the box approach. And as Councillor Sapoulis said, throwing us a bit of a lifeline. And we don't know, you know, we don't know how it may be received, but I think that this is a really, really well written, well thought out, well planned out sort of proposal. I do just have one question. In this report, and Sarah, you spoke about it, about the where it's been identified other unique needs and circumstances that the province has identified in the growth plan in Simcoe County. And those have been, there's 4 areas here that are identified in this report, and 2 of them are called strategic settlement employment areas, and 2 of them are called economic employment districts. And this particular report is being called a regionally significant economic development area. And I'm just curious as to what the difference is, and if I don't know, I don't want to say if there's a benefit to calling it one of these things that they already recognize, or I guess maybe just looking for some clarification on that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I have a big smile on my face. I know I have a mask on, so you can't see it. But it's a good question, because you're right, it doesn't match any of the other terms in the Simcoe area. And I didn't want to get into the weeds too much on the Simcoe County policies, because they're identified as something called a sub area in the growth plan, and there's a definition for that, and it has to be a big area. It has to be more than, it would be more than the county. So it would be, say, a comparable sub area could be the city of Guelph and the county of Wellington.
Okay.
So that's not the situation in Puslinch, but the actual name came from my conversations with the province. So that's the simple answer to that. I know it doesn't even make a good acronym. Quite a mouthful. I tried to, you know, I couldn't. Maybe down the road we can simplify it to something better, but that was the suggestion that was made.
Okay, and that makes sense. So that's great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay. Councillor Sapoulis, are you comfortable with us just passing this resolution, that we can just discuss if county can come back on the residential side of things?
I'm happy if you think that's a wise move.
We'll do that. Ms. Fox, can you read the resolution?
So just to confirm, Mr. Chair, we're receiving this report for information.
We're endorsing it, as I believe the preference the county would like to see. Is that correct, Sarah and Aldo?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, do we need to we're just gonna leave it with you. We're not gonna circulate it or anything like that. We're just going to endorse it, and then hopefully we'll hear back from you from the province. It'd be good.
Yes, and through you, we'd be happy to send your resolution together with the county council resolution, and send that over to the minister if that's agreeable to you.
Yes, fine with me. Ms. White-Fox, do you need somebody to draft a resolution of endorsement, or do you have something generic there that you can use?
I just have something generic, just that we receive the report and that council endorses the report as presented. Did we want to see anything more than that?
I'll defer to Aldo and Sarah. Is that sufficient?
That's sufficient. I think, Your Worship, the province knows exactly the position of the municipality relative to the potential expansion of the Greenbelt. I think this won't come as any surprise. We've, Sarah, correct me, but I think we've already shared the report with provincial staff.
Yes.
And we're just going to await county council's resolution to send it off as a full package as well. And we'll wait and hear from provincial staff in terms of what kind of traction we may get on this, or clear opposition. I don't expect clear opposition, hopefully, because we still need to work with the township to develop an appropriate terms of reference and study area. So there's still more work to be done, and we'll hopefully we'll get the support of the province and move forward with that with your staff.
Excellent. Okay, Ms. White-Fox, can you read that resolution one more time? And I'll get a mover and a seconder.
The council received correspondence item 10.1 regarding the County of Wellington Regionally Significant Economic Development Area Report, and that the Township of Plestinch Council endorses the report as presented.
Thank you. Can I get a mover? Councillor Goyda?
Sure.
Seconder, Councillor Balmer?
Okay.
Just trying to mix it up. Councillor Spillis. All
No
in favor?
problem.
I appreciate your quick hand, trust me. All in favor? Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried. Excellent. And before we let you go, Aldo and Sarah, the residential component, would that fall under Curtis and Megan's portfolio?
Sorry, with respect to, well, we're still working on the municipal comprehensive review. We haven't quite yet shared all the results from our consultant. So we will eventually do that, and we'll report back. So it'll be Sarah and I.
Okay, I'm just concerned about letting Councillor Sapoulis make a motion to give Sarah more work. So I was just hoping that it was someone else on your staff, because I'll hand it over to Councillor Sapoulis, but I believe there's going to be some direction just to try to incorporate some future residential growth designation. So Councillor Sapoulis, maybe you can clarify again.
Yes, I really like to have an area considered for future residential growth. And my motion would be along the lines that council requests the county to consider, as part of the municipal review, designating the area bounded by Victoria Road, Brock Road, Maltby Road, and Mountain 34 as potential lands for residential growth, subject to any regulatory requirements, such as heritage lands, primary cultural lands.
All right, can I get a seconder for that so we can just discuss this real quickly? Somebody? Councillor Bailey, thank you. I know just dropping this on your lap, Aldo and Sarah, but I assume it's just asking you to take that into consideration through the MCR. And I hope, is that a possibility? Is this too late in the game for us to ask you of that?
Mercili, I guess the question being asked of us is to designate, and I think this is going to be a challenge to identify areas, because we currently don't see those numbers coming out of the review that's being done by the consultants. If if we can report back in terms of the results of the review, if we can also report back with respect to the work that staff are doing on the severance assessment and the potential, and wait that process out and then revisit the question again, that would be our preference. Just for council's benefit, historically, the rate of growth and what we're seeing through the consultants is pretty consistent with historic trends in the township. So there are still potential growth options available in Aberfoyle and Morriston, not a lot, but that's sort of the uptake historically in the community anyway. We've already explained the position of the province relative to unserviced urban areas. So if it pleases council, if you allow us a little bit more time to report back, especially with respect to the potential negative impacts of a greenbelt expansion on severance activity, we'll have a better appreciation of where we can go in terms of the amount of land to identify. That would be our preference.
The only thing I would ask, and you might not know the answer to this, you will know the answer. When will you be reporting back? Because what if we assume that the Greenbelt expansion is going ahead in January-ish? Will you be able to report back prior to that so that we can try to get at least this ball rolling if there's a possibility ahead of the Greenbelt expansion?
Yeah, Sarah, I wonder if you can comment on sort of the phases.
Right. So we're splitting the work being completed by Watson and Associates into 2 phases. And the first phase will deal with allocations and urban structure. That does have an impact on Puslinch, the urban structure. So that's something that you'll probably be interested in. But so the plan is that we'll be releasing that information, some of that information in June, and looking to draft an official plan amendment for circulation. The next big piece of that work is called the land needs assessment, and that's where then we can quantify what kind of what area of land is needed to meet that growth. And that's the piece, the missing piece of the puzzle that we need here, is to see, whether the township can still deliver the number of severances that have historically been available up into the future. So that's where we would have a better sense of the amount of land as well.
I guess just to boil it down, like, are we going to see most of these reports before the Greenbelt gets expanded in January? Or are you looking like mid-year next year, completing this MCR and having these reports out?
Sorry, and I apologize, I lost my train of thought.
No, it's okay.
The land needs work will be looking at the fall. So we have a public information center on the allocation scheduled in June 23rd. We're hoping to then have a similar type session in the fall. The question is whether or not Watson can deliver us the final report. County Council doesn't meet in December, so it would have to be done in November, or it might end up going into January. So I actually don't have an answer for you right now, but we'll have a better sense. Like we have draft land needs completed at a staff level that have been reviewed. So even though it's we're not at the point of drafting an official plan amendment, so it might be problematic in terms of a January deadline, but that's something that we're aware of, and I guess we'll have to Aldo will have to talk about how to deal with Puslinch with that in mind. I mean, you can see what we did here to try to be mindful of that urgency.
Sure, and yeah, I don't expect a hard answer. So Councillor Spoulos, What are your thoughts? Sounds like there is some time, and we'll just have to play it by ear, and maybe we'll revisit this in June, and then also early in the fall.
I'm fine with trying my motion. I'm waiting further information from the county, and we can revisit this in July as well.
Okay. All right. Anything further from council members? Sorry to put planning on the spot. You weren't. Didn't give you a heads up on this. Councillor Bailey.
The report. So before we talked about resident. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. In terms of the economic development area, is this something that you could be taking to AMO?
Sorry, is this a question for county staff?
No, sorry, this is for the mayor.
Oh,
I would say that is a fit, depending on conversations I would have with Sarah and Aldo ahead of AMO. If they're making headway and it's going the right direction, then we just let the process be the process. If we haven't heard back, then yeah, maybe at AMO we just kind of reference it again and bring it up and hopefully bring some attention to it. So not a hard answer, but definitely a possibility. Councillor Spruce.
Mr. Mayor, you're planning to delegate with respect to the green belt, so that might be an opportune time to piggyback that on if it comes necessary to do so.
Well, 100%. I feel that this is one of those check boxes that we put in place when we had that long meeting with Aldo. We could agree to the green belt if these conditions were met, and this is essentially one of them.
Exactly.
This is right. So it's all part and parcel, but it's just a little early. We'll see how once county sends on the package to the staffers, if they we get a response back, and we can still talk about it at AMO. It'll just determine which direction we go. Just thanking them or pressuring them. So, look at it. Okay. All right. So I think Sarah and Aldo, you're free to go unless council has anything further for them. Just away from Matthew. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Great work.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.
See you later. We already passed that resolution. So I believe, how about we take, do we need a 10-minute break? I feel these signed bylaws might result in some lengthy discussion. Or would you guys prefer to carry on for a little while longer? See, no, I'm gonna say let's take a break. We'll convene back in 10 minutes, 13 minutes. Let's say 13 minutes. Should be 12:50. All right, welcome back from our quick recess, and I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Spruce.
Here.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Balmer.
Here.
And Councillor Goyda.
Yeah.
I am here, obviously. So we are on to 9.3.4 and 9.3.5. They're very similar, and I believe Ms. Hoyt-Fox has a verbal update to council on these two items.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with the first report that is dealing with the sign bylaw variance request from Capital Paving. So this request is being made for their property that's at 4459 Concession 7. And the request was made on May 7th of 2020. And the request is for to permit a relief from the setback. So the setback requires 27 meters from the center line of the road allowance. And they are looking for relief of about 7 meters so that they can place the sign just in front of their row of trees. So staff did confirm with our site plan records that screening of trees is a requirement of site plan control. So their request is correct that to place the sign in front of those trees and to keep the trees. We did also confirm, as it's indicated in the drawings that were submitted, that the the sign is proposed to be lit. So they've indicated that it's going to be a low LED type lighting in the letters of the sign. They've indicated that likely won't be visible during the day, but will be at night, and those letters will be lit up. And they will be on 24/7, so they won't be intermittent or anything like that. So staff has revised the recommendation just slightly, just to include that the applicant satisfy section 3.6 of the sign bylaw, just to ensure there's no negative effects of the illumination on neighboring lands or streets. And that if there is any third-party costs associated with just being satisfied with that section of the bylaw, that the applicant also just pay those costs.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hoyfox. Could you read that resolution, please?
Yes. So that report ADM 2021-003 regarding the sign bylaw variance request from Capital Paving Inc. be received, and that council either approve or deny the request for relief from the sign bylaw 09/91, section 3.8 to permit a reduced setback from the road allowance of 20 meters, and that the applicant satisfy section 3.6 to ensure there are no negative effects of the illuminated sign on the neighboring lands or streets, and that the applicant be responsible to pay all third-party costs associated with the township's review of the sign permit.
Perfect. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Bailey, and discussion. Councillor Spoulos.
I don't have a problem agreeing to the relief for the distance from the road. I just don't understand why they need it illuminated, because it's not as if they're going to see it from the highway. It's anybody driving by. I'm prepared to go along with it, subject to a review by our consultants. So intuitively, I don't see a need for it, but that's what they wish. I'm prepared to approve the relief as well as the illumination, subject to review by our consultants.
Thank you, Councillor Spoulos. I had the same question. I mean, why does it need to be on at night? You know, most aggregate operations operate through the day, and then it dawned on me that they pave a lot in the evening, so the dump trucks are coming and going all through the night. So possibly just to give an indicator to the contractors where the driveway is. I mean, that was my school thought. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. No, similar concerns. I wasn't sure why it would need to be illuminated. I assume sightlines would be assessed with this as well, because if you're bringing it forward, my thought was just it might inhibit, you know, good vision when cars are pulling in and out, not trucks, but cars.
I thought there was a map showing the setback. Is it Mr. Fowler or even Ms. Whitefox? Do you have any indication how far back from the center of the road it will be?
So it's 20 meters, Mr.
20
Chair,
meters, yeah.
that setback. So it's in line, I would say, with the outer edge of the tree screenings. So there are trees that are already, I would say, that distance away from the road. So I don't think this sign is going to have any negative impact further than what the trees, if the trees do in fact have a negative impact. It's right in line with that hedge of trees.
Pretty far back then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any issues with the sign per se. I just, when I think about the setbacks from center line to 27 meters, I always consider that part of that setback may be for future road widenings. And if it was possible to just maybe add a note to the approval that if in the event that the road needs to be widened, that they agree to be responsible for the cost to move their sign to maintain a safe setback from the road sign to that effect, so that the municipality doesn't end up having to pay to move a sign if the road ends up being widened.
Good catch. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I had a similar question about the sight lines, but it seems like those are fine. I don't really have an issue with the sign, but I do have a question in terms of the process, and this will be applicable to both reports that are before us. In terms of the illumination, I'm just not overly familiar with the process. So it would a lighting plan would be submitted and reviewed by the township consultant. So would that come back to council to see those results to determine what the impact is, or is the intent that we approve it now, provided that consultant says that there are no impacts from the illumination?
Thank you, Councillor Goyda. So it would be to the satisfaction of the township, and that would be through the building permit process. So this sign is going to be subject to a building permit with the CBO ultimately giving approval. And we would look to our consultants' review to make sure that the lighting is satisfactory.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Whitefox, did you capture that component in council? Are you okay with adding that comment that Councillor Ballmer mentioned? That the cost of moving the sign, should there be future widening the road, be borne by the owner of the sign? I think everybody would be supportive of that. Head nods, yeah. Okay, all right, so I'll call a vote on that. Do you have that captured, Ms. Whitefox?
I do, thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Councillor Spools?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor?
Councillor Ballmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda? In favor? All right, that's carried. And the next one, Ms. Whitefox.
Yes.
Power Sports.
Thank you. So a similar request for a variance from the township sign bylaw. So this was received on May 17th, and it is for the property at 92 Brock Road South, which has the Aberfoyle Power Sports facility. So the request initially was for relief from section 3.7 and from 3.10. So staff understood that the relief from 3.7 was for intermittent illumination for the 6 signs. Since the report was published, we have confirmed with the applicant that there is no intent for these signs to be flashing. They will be on continuously for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with a low lighting LED white light. So staff have revised the recommendation that relief from section 3.7 is no longer required. So we're asking through this report and through staff's recommendation for relief from section 3.10, which requires there to be a maximum of 1 sign for each street frontage for each lot within the township. So given that these 6 signs are on the side of the building facing west, there's 6 signs in 1 street frontage. So we're asking, the applicant is asking for relief to permit 6 instead of 1. And additionally, that this application be subject to the same conditions as capital paving, being that since the signs are lit, we would ask that they satisfy section 3.6 of the bylaw to ensure there's no negative effects, and that they also be responsible to pay for all third-party costs associated with that review.
Okay, you want to read the resolution, Ms. Whitefox?
Certainly.
Please.
That report ADM 2021-034 regarding the sign bylaw variance request for Aberfoyle Power Sports be received, and that council either approve or deny the request for relief from the sign bylaw 0991, section 310, to permit 6 signs on the same street frontage on the same lot, and that the applicant satisfy section 3.6 to ensure there are no negative effects of the illuminated signs on the neighboring lands or streets, and that the applicant be responsible to pay all third-party costs associated with the township's review of the sign permits.
Thank you. Can I get a mover, please?
I'll move it.
Councillor Spoolis, seconder. Councillor Bailey. Comments. Councillor Spoolis.
Yes, again, I don't see the logic of having the illumination when the premises are closed. But I'm willing to go ahead and subject to the review by the consultant that the illumination will not infect any neighbors.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I had a similar concern. I actually reached out to the applicant to ask about, needing the lighting out there for so long into the night. And they did make a good point that when it does get dark in the winter, the rush hour traffic, you know, it could be advertising during that time of the year. I hadn't thought of that component. So that seemed to satisfy it a little bit more in my head for me. And she also did mention that it's just a lot of the signs you see are kind of very lit. They're a backlit sign and they give off a lot of light. And she confirmed with me that these were just more of a subtle, just the logo is going to be lit. So I liked to hear that, you know, there wasn't going to be a lot of light coming off of this. And so I don't see an issue with going ahead with this.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a major issue, but I have a few questions I just want to clarify with staff. I recall reading in the report that the aggregate of the square footage of the signs, of the 6 signs, is less than what would normally be permitted in one sign. That's correct?
Yes, Councillor Balmer, we measured all 6, and I believe it comes to 8 around, I can't remember the exact number, but it was less than the 9 square meters. That is the max.
Okay, perfect. And if they had to put these all in one box, they could have put these 6 signs in one box, they wouldn't be here for the variance.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so then the only thing concern I would have is then, is it possible to, in our motion, we talk about it's to allow for 6 signs. Could we just add in there 6 signs to an aggregate not to exceed the limit of the sign bylaw? The square footage limit of the sign bylaw?
Yes, I can add that, make that note.
Yeah, because I think that's important. The public understands that we're not giving them 6 big signs. We're giving them 6 signs that still add up to be within what's permitted. Super. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda?
Yes, just 2 clarification questions. I noticed that the fee for this permit is the same as the request in the previous report, which was for 1, and this is for 6. So is this, in terms of the sign permit fee, is this being treated as 1 permit given the size?
We did talk with the CBO about that, and based on what he's seen so far with the building permit request, I believe he's treating these as 6 separate permits. So the financial implications, we've kind of left it vague because we wanted to make sure we didn't box in the CBO for whatever he needed to look at when those were received. But based on his initial review, he would be charging 6 permit fees.
Okay. And second question is, I noticed on the one drawing that they've provided that it also shows illuminated letters where it says Aberfoyle Snowmobile, as well as these proposed 6 illuminated signs. So are those illuminated letters part of this request, or has that part already been done? And is it in actual fact that there are 7 signs on this road, this side facing the road, or is that treated separately?
Councillor Goyda, it's my understanding that the lettering of Aberfoyle snowmobiles are not part of this request and are being treated separately. The requests that received are just for the 6 advertising signs.
Okay. So as far as we know, that other lettering that's lit is not done yet.
As far as we know, yes, it wasn't part of this request, so I'm not sure if that's already been installed or not, but we can confirm that as part of this process with the applicant.
I guess it doesn't really affect my opinion either way, but if that is also being lit, then my instinct would tell me that should be also included as part of the evaluation of the impact of the lighting.
Yep, that's agreed for sure. Staff can definitely make note of that, and we'll follow up with the applicant and have that reviewed as well if necessary.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I think Councillor Goyda has made an excellent point, and perhaps we should just have staff confirm that this is for 6 or 7 signs, and then we can adjust the aggregate limit if it's going to include all 7.
Might be needing some process clarification. The sign that Councillor Goyda brought up has been dealt with under a previous building permit and application process, and maybe even site plan. And now we're dragging it into this minor variance. Is that appropriate, Mr. Swindinger? Or?
I think what we will do is when we have the consultant do their assessment of it, they'll have to take into consideration all the existing conditions that pertain to it. So if the review is based on light, they have to take into consideration the light sources that are on the property. So this one's already there. So does this make that any worse or that? But they have to take that into consideration as well. But I agree that that's got a separate approval. But they do have to take the light emanating from that. If these new 6 signs in addition to that, does that exceed some kind of threshold or not? Because you can't have the one at the threshold and then the, excuse me, the new 6 at a threat just under the threshold, because then combined it would be over. So they have to look at it in conjunction.
So then if I could, Mr. Chair, then I think my suggestion to add an aggregate limit complicates things, because if what's already on the building is approved and considered the one sign, we went through something similar like this with Ren's Pets years ago. If that's already existing and that's the one sign they were allowed to have in the building, the minor variance that they're asking for these extra 6, then the aggregate total becomes the 7 as opposed to just the 6.
I don't believe that there will be room. They would be over the aggregate limit.
Oh, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I just, I'm just suggesting that if I state an aggregate limit in the approval, I don't want to cause a problem for the applicant.
I believe it will.
So no, but then we need to include the existing sign in the aggregate limit. That's all.
Now you confuse
the total of all the signs, all 7 signs, right? So all the total square footage of all the 7 signs are approved.
Right. You're not going to make them be held to the 9 square meters for all 7.
No, it's just that that's right.
Okay.
So it recognizes what I hear council is willing to do, but make sure that we recognize it clearly in the bylaw, in our approval, so that it's clear that we knew what we were talking about, even if some people might state otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's important that the light doesn't infringe on neighbors. However, I want to support our local businesses, and with that, if we're having 26,000 cars drive by, then they can advertise the brands that they're selling. We can support them that way, and it's not affecting their neighbors. Then we're okay. So, Ms. Hoyfox, how do you have the resolution captured at this moment?
So I've included, a cumulative surface area of the 6 signs, but not exceeding the 9 square meters. But to Councillor Ballmer's point, if we have that included in the resolution, it may cause issue when we do look at the 7th sign that's on the front. So maybe just a little clarification. Are we looking to include a cumulative surface area, or are we looking to somehow make note of the 7th sign and that it may exceed the 9 square meter maximum? And just looking for a little bit of clarification of.
Yes, my interest is, that'd be my goal, is to give comfort that the 6 signs, that there's a limit to the amount of signs on there in square footage, that this isn't a blanket. It's not 6 signs to an unlimited square footage, but it's these 6 additional signs. And if it's 8 square feet for the additional signs, plus the existing sign, the total square footage of those signs is X. And just that, so they know that they've got approval for what they're asking for, and any neighbors of the property know that they have approval to a limited maximum as opposed to an unlimited maximum.
So what we could do is, I'll get to you in a second. Councillor Spillis says, put it in that the 6 signs cannot exceed the size of what one sign would be permitted, because that would cap those 6 signs at 9 or less. And then that other one is there, it's there, but it's not getting any larger, and there won't be any more signs going up.
Perfect.
So just cap
Done.
the 6 signs at the size as proposed, and that's it. Councillor Sapoulis?
I don't think we should go that route. I think we're setting a precedent. What happens if the next person comes up with 6 signs, that slightly exceeds it, and now we got a precedent set, and it's not intrusive. Like, to me, the staff have done a report, they put it together, they ask for our direction, we either approve it as is or don't approve it and move on. I just don't think we need to convolute this with additional information.
I am nervous to not have that cap in there, just for the public to know that all of a sudden they can have 6 giant signs. I think as proposed, I'm supportive of it, but just a little bit of wording in there to ensure that it stays that way. I'm not trying to imply that they're not being honest or anything like that, but it's just some reassurance. Councillor Bailey? Oh, is she frozen?
No. Did you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Either or. I think it's good to put a cap, and more just so other residents understand the size has a cap, and we're staying within it. Is good information to share. Can I ask for clarification that we're considering each sign would have their own fee attached to it? So you're paying the fee 6 times?
Councillor Bailey, that's what those are the discussions we've had with the building department. But again, once they are submitted, I think we can take a look, but that's what's been indicated so far, because they each require their own to fix to the building. So there's going to be engineering that's required, stamped drawings, and the review of those that the building department is going to have to do. And because they are separate signs, so far that's what we've been told and how they'd be treated.
So if we're putting a cap and we're lumping it together in a cumulative type comment, then would it be hard to separate that 6 fees?
Hard to separate, you cut out
the 6 fees, 6 separate fees?
Sorry, if that's directed towards me. I think that the approval of the aggregate surface area would apply in general to the signage for the side of the building and what cannot be exceeded. But I think that we're still okay to work through the permit process with them, however the building department sees fit. And I don't think it complicates it if we're trying to limit the surface area on the side of the building, but also have permits come in separately.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was meaning to ask.
This might be getting into the weeds a little bit, not even a little bit, a lot. This $270 per fee. So I would hope that if the application comes in, anyways, I'll leave it with staff. I hope that we don't have to charge them for each sign if they're all going up at the same time, all being installed in the same manner, could be under one building permit. But it just seems a little steep to our corporate citizens that are struggling in this time, but I may be showing my inexperience. Can you reread the res? Sorry.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly what I was getting to. Seemed a little steep.
Councillor Spillis?
I'd like to try one more time. We're limiting this business owner to have 5 suppliers by not allowing the flexibility for them to add more signs. Like, you know, if they get some more suppliers that they want to sell, we got to go through this rigmarole again on looking at the increase in size and all this stuff. Why can't we just leave this very simple as it is, rather than getting into the aggregate level? What are you going to do? Ask for a variance again every time they add another sign?
I think so.
I think that's unnecessary. It causes a lot of grief for everybody. But anyway.
Glenn,
My-
can you chime in? What are your thoughts on that? You there?
On what specific aspect, the separate fees or what? Like, what are you
Well,
asking?
mostly on what Councillor Sapoulis just spoke of is that we shouldn't put an aggregate on it. We should just, focus on the way it's presented because we don't want to set this precedent. What are your thoughts? Is it better for the municipality to set the aggregate for this application or leave it as proposed?
Okay, I'll do my best to try and give a response to that. My understanding of the intent of getting into the whole aggregate discussion is that each sign, I believe Ms. White Fox mentioned that each sign that's allowed is 9 square meters. So when someone sees that 6 signs are going to be installed, they would logically think that there's going to be 6 signs installed at 9 square meters. And that's not what the applicant is doing. They're having 1 sign that is within that 9 square meters. So I think is the intent to simply get that level of comfort to the community, or what's the intent of mentioning the aggregate?
That's the intent, is just comfort to the community. And I understand Councillor Sapoulis' concerns of, constantly having people coming in with minor variances for signs because we set this limit, but I believe that's the intent, Councillor Bulmer?
Yes, and if I could, if they wanted to put up a 7th, even if we didn't have the aggregate limit, they'd be back in. As long as this is a choice on the part of the landowner to not put them all in one box. If they put it in one box, they could have as many sections in it as they wanted and they wouldn't even be here. So I'm trying to provide some upper limit that gives them flexibility. Who cares about how big each one is, and gives some comfort to the neighbors, and we're giving them what they want. And we're just saying it's not 6 times 9 square meters, it's 6 signs that total up to 9 square meters or whatever the square footage or whatever it is. So it's just not trying to complicate it, just trying to clarify it.
Okay, so that's a motion moved by Councillor Bulmer. Do we have a seconder for that? And we'll just discuss it and hash it out real quick. It's going to go in the resolution. Councillor Bailey seconded. Okay, discussion, Councillor Sapoulis.
I don't want to discuss it anymore. That's what the will of the rest of council is. That's fine. We'll go with
Okay, Councillor Bailey. She froze again.
Yeah, I'm not going to get picky on the wording either, but yeah, I'm agreeing with that.
And Councillor Bulmer, that's just
Yeah,
your aggregate thing being in.
Yeah, and just so that it's clear in the motion, it's the aggregate square footage of the 6 signs be that, not right. And then I'm okay with it.
Okay, Councillor Goya.
Yeah, I have to say that I find that the size of the individual signs is kind of irrelevant to me. I'm more concerned about the cumulative impact of the illumination and how that affects the neighboring properties. In terms of the size, I mean, I agree. I'm wanting and happy to support our local businesses, and if this helps them do that, I agree. I just want to ensure that it's not at the expense of the neighboring properties, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. White Fox, you can read that resolution one last time with the total of the 6 new signs being 9 meters or square meters or less, please.
That report ADM 2021-034 regarding the sign bylaw variance request for Aberfoyle Power Sports be received, and that council approve the request for relief from the sign bylaw 0991, section 310, to permit 6 additional signs with a total aggregate surface area that does not exceed 9 square meters in accordance with the township sign bylaw on the same street frontage on the same lot, and that the applicant satisfy section 3.6 to ensure there are no negative impacts of the illuminated signs on the neighboring lands or streets, and that the applicant be responsible to pay all third-party costs associated with the township's review of the sign permits.
Thank you. Mover for that, please. Somebody. Councillor Goyda, seconder. Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Sapoulis.
Approved.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said approved.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Okay, that's carried. My sheet. I believe we're on 9.3.6 Guelph Junction Railway. Is that Mr. Swendinger?
Yes, it is. Excuse me. Okay, so this is just a brief update, status update to inform council of the progress to date with the discussions with City of Guelph and GJR with regards to the railway siding and concerns we've heard expressed in Artel. The attachments are all there. The concerns that were identified to council and as council directed us to take forward were brought forward to Guelph. Had a few meetings to discuss them. Meetings are going quite well. As you can see in the documents that they provided, a number of the issues that they are working on to try and come to a resolution of are summarized in the report. Some of them, they just provided responses to what some of the concerns are with regards to, like, for example, the cargo that was being transported. No, there's nothing that's hazardous materials or anything like that. And so that's been clarified. And then should council want more information on the whistleblowing aspect, if there was changes wanted with regards to that, there's the information provided there with the process in accordance with Transport Canada that's necessary to do that, should council wish to do that. But basically nothing new, no final decisions at this point. This is just an update as to how things are going. We continue to work with them. As you saw in the report, they are they're doing a sound and vibration study, and they're also looking at alternate methods to unload it. So it's definitely a work in progress, and there has been some positive developments, and we'll continue to keep council council informed as issues develop. Only other thing I'll add is we do have additional meetings scheduled with them, and our communications with them aren't limited to those meetings in particular. Having regular emails back and forth and phone conversations with them as well as issues come up or as questions come up. So it's not as if, oh, we talk to them on Tuesday, so we can't talk to them for another 2 months. That's not it at all. We can get in touch anytime we want. And we just have formally structured meetings in the time frame that's been indicated. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that council might have as well.
Thank you. Ms. Whitebox, could you read the resolution to receive it? And then we'll open up for questions.
That the May 26, 2021 report entitled Arkell Siding Update be received for information, and that staff report back to council upon receipt of the following information to be provided by Guelph Junction Railway regarding the issues identified in the May 12, 2021 Guelph Junction Railway correspondence.
Thank you. Mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Guida. Thank you. Councillor Spoulos.
Sure. Let's talk the points. First of all, the Arkell siding. I was wondering, the CEO in his last paragraph infers that perhaps the siding should be relocated to the city. I was wondering if that could be pursued a little bit more vigorously with the Grand Junction Railway. I know this siding has been in there since the 1900s, but I wonder if there's an opportunity to have it relocated to the city. The other point I'd like to make on that is, my understanding is that they did some work on that siding to expand it in the last 5 years. That's hearsay. I know the mayor alluded to that. And if that was the case, is there a way to go back and have the Grand Junction Railway provide consultation on that expansion? In other words, they owe us something and they haven't done anything. So those are the points on the closure. The loud humming noise from the operations I'd like to ask that they provide receptors at location where the noise is heard, at the residences. It's no use having somebody take a sound level meter 10 meters away from the equipment and say, oh, it's only this, and hypothetically over a distance of 100 meters, it's going to reduce by so much. I think they should have receptors located at strategic locations in the residential area. The whistling or blowing of the horn, Mr. Taylor has done an exhaustive study on the fact that they use bells in the city as opposed to a horn. And he seems to tie it to this slower speed operation. I was wondering if that can be investigated as well. In other words, look at slowing the speeds to permit bells only at the crossings in Puslinch. The other point is the hours of train operation. Is there a way of having the trains operate during the daytime as opposed to at night? And that's pretty well it. So those points, 5 points or 4 points, I should say.
Thank you, Councilor Spose. Councilor Bailey.
First of all, I just want to say that I recognize how much work has already gone into this. I'm seeing a lot of movement forward. I think it would be good to just see, with all the work that's already happened, how much improvement, has been made, and sort of do a, like, I don't know, pause for a bit and just see what's already been improved. Because I mean, I'm going through the list of 10 things that have already been implemented, and the meetings and all the time that staff has already put into it. And I don't know, I'm a little hesitant to keep rolling on such a heavy time commitment to this, unless there's some big safety things. But I think if some of these studies can be done and we just wait for a report back, and we could do a report, sure, on the whistle blowing, but I'm pretty satisfied with how things are to date.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm pleased to see the city of Guelph has acknowledged that there's a problem with the vacuum unloading. And I guess I would, if I were to read, I have no issue with the suggestion that maybe the vacuum unloading is something that maybe better take place in town. But I don't have an issue. I don't think the siding needs to be closed or moved. It's functioned there for a lot of years without any problems until the vacuum unloading came along. But I would support if it was moved. But at the same time, I really am pleased they acknowledge there's a problem with it and are willing to at least study the noise issue in the Arkle area, because I know that's a problem for people. I'm pleased also that they're doing something about the crossing at Arkle Road. I think Councillor Bailey has a point there that we need to see the changes, see how they impact, if it makes a significant difference or not. Regarding crossings and bells and whistles, as you know, I'm not a train expert, I'm not a crossing expert, but we are talking apples and oranges here. We've got tree cover, speed limit differences, the crossing, the sight lines are different, the angles are different, every crossing is unique. Some of them might have barriers, none of ours have barriers. Our road speed limits are different. So there's so many variables. I can't even begin to imagine that it's possible to do just a simple tabletop apples to apples. And when it comes to the whistle issue, I think this is more of we're talking a significant infrastructure project out here, and I'm not sure that this is the appropriate place to deal with those. You know, if we're looking at whistle cessation, we may be also looking at barriers and lights at each crossing. That'd be 5 of our own plus 2 for the county. That would require an update to our asset management plan. I mean, it just grows exponentially. So I think for the meeting process that we have going now, I think I'm not interested in going down the whistle cessation process as part of these discussions. And as pleased as I am with what they're doing with the regarding the vacuum unloading and the crossing at Arkle, I do have a concern about the answers they provided regarding the railway ties. I know they inherited a problem some 25 years ago when they took over the railway, and they should be commended for their vision of stopping the CP from pulling that line up all the way down to to Campbellville, but because it's valuable. It's one of the very few places where you can join the C and the CP line. So it was great foresight on the city's part to retain that line. But they've had a lot of years to clean up those ties, and I can't help but imagine that if we had a resident with 1,500 railway ties soaked with creosote sitting on a piece of private property, not in a waterway as they indicated, but on a piece of private property within Guelph's wellhead protection area and subject to all the source policy protections and all those things, that the city of Guelph wouldn't be pushing us to take action to get those ties out of there as quickly as possible. So I'm glad to see they're going to start moving on that. And I hope they understand that our residents would like to see those ties out of there as quickly as possible. Maybe not just for the source water protection piece, but also when there was a grass fire, it did take, and the fire got into those piles of ties. It was a bugger for our fire department to put them out. They were there, I believe, for a couple of days trying to make sure that fire was out inside the ties. So anyhow, those will be my comments, and thank you. I appreciate the work done to date so far by staff and the city of Guelph.
Councilor Goyda.
Okay, so I do just want to start off by thanking staff, specifically our CAO, Mr. Schwendinger, for the work and effort that has been put into this so far. I realize that this has consumed a fair amount of time, but I wanted to say, I think you've done an outstanding job of bringing these issues to light, both with the city of Guelph and Guelph Junction Railway, and not only capturing the issues at hand, but also I think more the sort of sentiment of disappointment by many in the area that there have been changes that have happened here in the past year. And that's been to the use and the operation of the siding and the railway. And it's happened seemingly without any consideration for the residents surrounding it. So thank you for that. People are being heard, and that means a lot. So I am thankful that the city of Guelph is working collaboratively with the township, but there are two comments that they provided in their letter that I feel are important to highlight. The first one is that it says the Arkell Road has been a transloading location since the early 1900s. And the second, it says, as a railway, GJR is not breaking any push-lunch sound bylaws with respect to the operating hours of the trains through this area. I am extremely disappointed in both of these remarks because while both may be true, I have lived in Arkell for over 30 years and I have never experienced the humming and the transloading or the train horns past 11 p.m. with the exception of this past year. So there has been a change. There's been a change in use, and although that may not be any laws, it is immensely inconsiderate, just as Mr. Schwendinger says in his letter, to knowingly impose this on a residential area in another community. So understandably, we're now faced with the challenge of doing what we can to make this right. That being said, I am appreciative that the city of Guelph and GJR is working collaboratively moving forward. I'm particularly glad to see that they've hired a contractor to complete the vibration and sound tests, and also that there have been adjustments to the start time of the evening shift to be 2 hours earlier. I understand that the city of Guelph have been very receptive to discussion so far and have provided indication that we can look forward to resolution on some of those items by the end of June. And for that, I'm thankful. And I look forward to allowing them the time to work through those issues and report back to us. I do have 3 comments, or perhaps maybe more suggestions that I am hopeful might help in part of the future discussions with Guelph. The first is that the city has hired a contractor for sound vibration tests, and Councillor Sapoulis alluded to this. This information will only be meaningful if, first of all, it happens while the transloading activity is taking place, and secondly, it would only make sense if these sound levels are being assessed at the closest residences on all 4 sides in order to provide the worst case scenario for the township on the test results of these tests for the sound. The second is that while it is appreciated that there are adjustments being made to the evening schedule to start earlier, it doesn't necessarily provide clarity on what the ending time would be for the ending shift. So I am hopeful that the city could consider the feasibility and logistics to adjust the schedules to ensure that no trains are traveling through these Maltby, Hume, Carter, Arkle Road crossings after 11 p.m. And like I said, this has only been the case as of recently. So prior to last year, there were no trains passing through at that time of night. So I don't feel that this is an unreasonable ask. And lastly, I think that it is difficult to comprehend the magnitude of this problem without having a proper record of when this noise is happening, either for the humming noise or for the train blowing its horn late at night. I am suggesting that perhaps it be recommended to the City of Guelph that they provide a phone number that residents can call 24 hours a day to report these issues as they are happening. That way, there would be a greater understanding of when the issues are happening, and I think it would allow for better suited solutions. So, apologize for my long rant. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and those are my comments.
Yeah, great job, Council. I support everything that was said today. I think our focus should be on the unloading of the cars. That's a new use. I have an individual that lives in Arkle. They sent me a video with their own handheld decibel meter, and I haven't had a chance to view it, but I will definitely share that, the results of that with you. I have concerns about the bell, and as Councillor Balmer alluded to, I believe the City of Guelph has different arrangements with, only using the bell and driving slower. And I don't want to put the township into a situation where we'd be liable because, we don't want to blow a horn, but then somebody were to get hit by a train. So I'll leave that with the CAO. But Mr. CAO, you've heard quite a few comments from council. Do you need anything further from us, or will you just follow up with each councillor individually, or what's your plan?
I jotted down the comments that you're making, and I'll definitely have those as part of the ongoing discussions with Guelph and GJR. One comment that I heard twice was about the noise and vibration study and the importance of how it's done and when it's done. And when we had our meeting with them, when they indicated that they were going to be doing this, that was the very first question that I put to them. Well, when are you going to be doing this? It has to be when there's unloading taking place. And it has to be an appropriate receptor location, the same distance as what the residence is away, ideally at a residence, if you could get at a residence, those types of things. And they said absolutely, they're relying on the professional judgment of the consulting firm that they're hiring to do that work, to fulfill the professional standards of doing it in accordance with the applicable procedures for when they do that type of work. So yeah, I had the same concerns. Want to make sure that, and I indicated to them that this assessment would only have value if it was done in the appropriate, realistic manner, so that it can demonstrate whatever the results are. So they assured us that that's the process that would be taken to get those. So yes, I've jotted down the comments that you had here. I'll continue to work with Guelph and GJR on this, and hopefully we can come back to you with some good news. Like they indicated, they hope to have some type of solution in place. I think that what their letter said was end of June for an alternate type of unloading method or an improved method or something like that. So hopefully we have some positive news to bring to you at some point in the near future.
Thank you, Glenn. One other component I did hear, the noise from the unloading is bad, but apparently it's exceptionally bad when there's multiple trucks unloading at the same time. So that might be one of the captures that we want to ensure happens when they do their study. Multiple trucks. Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, there seems to be a divergence of opinion with respect to the whistleblowing and the bell chiming through the intersections. All I was asking is for staff to look at what are the implications. I'm not asking for a decision to be made, but I'd like to know what are the implications, what liabilities there are. So at least we know, and our residents who are pushing for this know as well. I don't want to shut out saying we didn't pursue it because we think. Well, I want to say we're not pursuing this because of bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, it's my understanding that Mr. Schwendinger would have wrote down your comments and would be following back up with us. It wasn't an attempt to.
Well, there was a divergence of opinion, and I want to make sure that it's crystal clear that we're not ignoring this. And the other point was hours of train operation. Again, there was a divergence of opinion. Councillor Goyda and I agreed that we should look at limiting the hours of operation. She put a time limit, 11 o'clock. I think that's important. 11 o'clock is what was done before. Now, what was not discussed was the change in the operation. I was suggesting we put the onus on them to come and have a public meeting to explain the operation, change in operation, and allay our residents that they're. I don't mean this has to be done right away. They're going to go through the noise thing. They're going to go through whatever else analyses they have to do. And after the fact, I'd like to suggest that they have a proper dialogue with our residents. Put the onus on them because they're the ones that caused the problem. They've asked us, our residents have asked us for a solution, and we're proceeding with that. And then it's up to them to make sure that they satisfy our residents.
Comfortable with that, Councillor Spools? Head nods from everybody? Yeah, good. Okay.
Could just add to what Councillor Zapoulis has said. I mean, this is, I believe it was mentioned previously when the siding was expanded. There was no public consultation in addition to that, and the expansion of that siding led to changes that had to be done to our ditches and drainage works in that area, which led to changes in people's front yards. And it's amazing how that expansion beyond the noise, which it's not that I don't support the expansion. It's just that it occurred without any consultation. And so the residents, and even myself as a member of council, wasn't aware of the impacts it was going to have beyond their property limits. And I think that's all we're asking for here. And I think that's what Councillor Spoulis is getting to, is that I think the community deserves to be included and involved. And I think that's a very reasonable request.
Yep. Any further from Councillor Goida or Councillor Bailey? No. Okay, Mr. Schwendling, anything further from us before I call the vote?
Nope, I have what I need. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor. So Councillor Spoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
All right, that's passed. I believe we have a report from Mr. Fowler on our asphalt program. Up next.
Yeah, this is more of a update report where I can report that concession 4 is nearing completion. Construction began about 2.5 weeks ago. The only thing left for completion will be some topsoil and shoulder work along with line painting. Last night, McLean Road East and West was pulverized and graded. Culvert replacement was also done the night prior. And initial projections are the base coat to be paved on Friday night, with the final top coat for McLean East and West to be completed on Monday night. All works commenced at night to cut down on any interference with the industrial traffic. And if council has any questions, I'm free to answer.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Whitefox, can you read the resolution, please?
Report PW 2021-003 regarding the asphalt program update be received for information.
You mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulis, seconded by Councillor Goida.
Sure.
Okay. Questions in favor, Councillor Spoulis?
I have no questions. I'm in favor, and thank staff for the good work and keeping on top of this and meeting their targets.
Oh. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, no questions, and I'm in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
All right. That's carried. And the soccer field update, I believe that's you as well, Mr. Fowler.
Okay, the soccer field commenced the second week of April. We had favorable weather. All topsoil removal was completed along with the rough grade of the subbase. We have currently been in a little quagmire, just waiting on soil testing and samples to come back for the topsoil. The last update I received is that the screening plant arrived on site today. They are currently packing the subbase and screening the initial topsoil. Once this screening has been completed, a better estimation of any more topsoil that is required will then be brought into site. Hopefully by the end of next week, all topsoil will be placed, swales will be completed, and seeding and fertilizing can begin.
Thank you. Ms. Fox, you mind reading that resolution, please?
That staff report Rec 2021-001 regarding the Postlinch Community Center soccer pitch update be received for information.
Mover for that, please. Councillor Bellmer,
I'll move.
and seconded by Councillor Bailey. Questions and in favor, Councillor Spools?
Yeah, just a quick question. We seem to be getting into drought-like conditions. What will be the strategy if we put down the seed?
At this time, the plan will be to we'll have to truck some water in and manually apply it with our water truck at this time. I'm hoping for more favorable conditions once the seed is placed. I do actually have a meeting with our engineers to go over other irrigation possibilities.
Thank you. I'm in favor.
Okay, Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bellmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
Favor.
and I'm in favor. One thing I will suggest or warn as well, if you consider using the fire department tankers, because they have pumps and hoses, they could spray it maybe a little easier than just dumping it out of the water truck. Just make sure they don't have tank savers. Sometimes they put something in the water to prevent the tanks from rusting. It's probably gone to plastic tanks by this time, but if that becomes an option, just double check so we don't kill the grass before we get it growing. And that's carried.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can you have your Guelph trucks come over?
I don't think they'd do that for me. I'll ask. All right, now we're on to 10.2.
One way to get some of our water back.
There you go. So who's doing 10.2?
Mr. Chair, I can just give a brief overview of the request from the county.
Sure.
So 10.2 is an amendment that the county has made to the parking bylaw that has been adopted by the member municipalities. And the revision is intended to update some of the wording in the bylaw. And they are requesting that the member municipalities adopt the amendment to our local bylaws. And I know there's been a few recommendations to change certain wording in the bylaw that was approved by the county. I did confirm with the staff at the county yesterday the changes that we're looking to make if council does adopt this amendment. They have indicated that they don't have any concerns with the township adopting these revisions. However, the county is not going to be revising their bylaw as it's already been passed.
All right. Can I have you read that resolution, then we'll discuss, please?
The council received correspondence item 10.2 regarding the County of Wellington Council resolution parking bylaw update, and the council directs staff to prepare the County of Wellington amendment to the township parking bylaw 5000-05 as amended, and that it include the revisions as identified by Postlinch Council.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Ballmer, you got the second. All right. All in favor and questions? Councillor Spoulos.
I'm in favor, subject to the changes proposed by other members of council.
Right, thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Yep, same thing. I know others have some questions, so I'll just wait and see how that goes.
Councillor Ballmer.
Yeah, I'm in favor, subject to the revisions. I'm surprised the county doesn't want to fix all their typos. But,
yeah,
I guess I guess I am an accessible person because my name and number are in the phone book, but I've never been called an accessible person before. but I guess they exist.
Yeah. Councillor Goyda,
I'm in favor.
do we need to have those proposed revisions as part of the public record? Just to show the public what some of the typos and some of the changes? Will you be able to capture those in the minutes, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, so Mr. Chair, I have included those details in the resolution. I did not read them out, but they will be captured in the minutes.
Excellent. Okay, I didn't get in favors. I got one from Councillor Spoulis, I believe. Councillor Bailey, did you say in favor? I've
In favor.
forgotten. Councillor Bulmer, did you say in favor?
I'm in favor.
Yep. Councillor Goyda.
Favor.
Okay, that's carried. Now we're on to the Mill Creek Stewards letter. This was brought to my attention mostly because of our discussions around the Roselle pit and the low waters in the wetlands, and individuals that live near the Mill Creek are, well, everywhere is dry. This year's dry. And so it was also brought to my attention that Hardin Environmental does they monitor the Mill Creek water levels. They have for, I would guess, 10, 20 years. Maybe Councillor Bulmer would be able to clarify that for me. And I think it's great information for the public to know that Hardin hosts the website with the historical data on the flow of the creek and the low levels, the high levels. It's all great information, along with the GRCA has a monitoring program. So I don't know if Ms. Hoyfox could quickly share Hardin's website for the public just to get a glimpse of it if they want to review this meeting. So this is their website, and this is something that, from my understanding, Mr. Denho does of his own accord and monitors the area watershed. So there's a plethora of information there. And I welcome anyone that has concerns about the water levels in their creeks around the township to visit this page. And do you have the GRCA one available too, Ms. White Fox? And there's the other one. So this was great information for me as well. And I'll just ask council if you have it. I'll actually have Mrs. Hoyfox read the resolution. Is there one to? No. We don't have a resolution for this one, do we, Ms. Hoyfox?
Mr. Chair, so far what's been prepared is just to receive correspondence item 10.3 for information.
Okay, and just have you read that, please.
The council received correspondence item 10.3 regarding the Mill Creek Stewards letter regarding low water levels in Mill Creek for information.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Okay, Councilor Willis, seconder. Anyone? Councilor Bailey?
I will. Sure.
Thank you. Councilor Willis, in favor? Any comments?
Yeah, I'm in favor, but I'd like to ask our CAO. There's an annual report that's submitted on the ecological hydrology and ecology with respect to this gravel pit. Have we received those reports, and will they be coming to council with reports, accompanying reports from our consultants?
I'm sorry, offhand, I don't know. Ms. White Fox, do you know by chance?
Yes, we have received the 2020 annual monitoring report for the Duffer Mill Creek pit. It was received at the end of March and has been sent off to Hardin Environmental for review. So when that's completed, it will appear on the council agenda. Staff did confirm that we don't normally or regularly send it for an ecological review. However, we believe the costs are recoverable through the operator for those reviews. They certainly are for our Hardin Environmental. We can see if it is for an ecological review as well. And if council directs, we can certainly forward that to an ecological firm as well.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have that report also forward to our ecological consultant. It's a similar issue at Roselle. You don't know what's happening until you see the flora and fauna reaction. And I'd like to have our own consultant as opposed to the gravel operators consultant provide the opinion.
Okay, I'll circle back with you once the other councilors have a chance to comment.
So I'm in favor of receiving it and the motion I'm making.
Okay, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm in favor of receiving it and support the motion on the table, and really appreciate Mr. McNee sending in these comments. They're good help.
Okay. Councilor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I must admit, it was, whether we've reached the lowest levels anybody's seen yet, we haven't at my place. I can remember back in the early 2000s, we had 2 summers in a row where things were pretty bad here in the headwaters of the Mill Creek. And I can remember visiting one of the flow gauges on, I believe it was on concession 7, and the creek was down to maybe a foot across. And we're not there yet, but right now we're just in the spring. And based on the data that I've seen on the GRCA website, you know, level 1 low flow conditions in the summer is when the creek is running at about 70% of normal low flows. Well, as of this morning, the creek was running at about, I think, 62 or 63% of summer low flows, and we're still in the spring. So I think there are reasons to be concerned here. Those level 1, level 2, level 3 thresholds that are supposed to trigger responses by certain water takers and aggregate operators. They're voluntary, and they're made up of a mix of flows and precipitation. And if we look at the precipitation for May so far, it's the level 1 condition is when you're below 80% of the average precipitation. Well, I think even including the rain I got today, we're probably running around 20% of a typical precipitation level for May. And yet no level 1 has been declared, no level 2 has been declared yet. So I'm glad Mr. McNee has raised this issue. And I think, as we discussed previously, this may lead us to want to ask both the GRCA and the province to justify or explain, you know, after we've seen these triggers passed, why we're not seeing levels declared, even though it's not summertime, and isn't even more important that we look at them now in the spring. So I'll wait till maybe later, but I want to have a discussion about talking to the ministry about this. But to the point about the Mill Creek pit, I think it's important to keep close eye on that operation as we go into, if we're going to go into a significantly dry summer, because it was during a summer like this in the past where we saw Mill Creek, actually the water levels, the flow reversed in the creek. I don't mean that it was going backwards, just instead of groundwater entering the creek as it went past the Mill Creek pit, groundwater, the creek water was leaving the creek and entering and going into the pit because water levels were so low in the pit ponds. And so I share Councillor Sapoulis' concerns and Mr. McNee's concerns that sometimes waiting for the annual report might be waiting too long. And perhaps we need to ask Hardin Environmental to this year just do a quick review of each monthly report to identify any problems sooner rather than later. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda? Maybe she's not here. Oh, there she is.
I declared on this, Council.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. That's right. Okay, so we'll receive that for information, and then I'll circle back with you, Councillor Sapoulis, for your resolution.
Yeah, my resolution is that the annual report, in addition being circulated to Hardin, be circulated to our ecology consultant.
Okay, a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bomer. Okay, well then discussion. I'll go to you, Councillor Bomer, first. You're probably the most knowledgeable on this, and you can help myself out.
Well, I just in terms of these reports always go to the. I'm a little confused. Don't they always go to the Hardin Environmental? You're just asking. The only thing you're asking for additionally is the ecologists as well.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
My motion, in addition to Hardin, it was also to ecology consultant.
And would it be reasonable then perhaps to have Hardin review the first quarter, or at least the first half of the year, to the end of June or to the end of May, something just to see how we're tracking this year as well? Would you be supportive of having him look at a few reports from this year as well?
My understanding is the monthly reports do have some measurements, and so far there hasn't been any exceedances that were reported. I believe there was one where there's a wrong, inaccurate measuring device. It wasn't working properly, but I don't recall seeing any exceedances so far.
And I would concur. I seem to recall that that was the issue before when Hard Environmental, at looking at the monthly reports, although there were no exceedances reported, there was a problem found. And perhaps I can have that discussion offline to learn more, remind myself more about it. So I'll leave that for another time. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Bailey? We're just discussing having the ecologist take a look at it as well as Hard Environmentals.
Yeah, sure. I'm had said I was in favor of that motion. Are we adding in a second component to it about Hardin looking at first quarter?
No, it's just because I know you said you were in favor of it, but I didn't get a seconder, so technically we weren't discussing John's motion. So then I had to get a seconder, and I'm going through the process.
Sure.
Okay. So is that clear?
So it's just the one component of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
In favor of that.
Okay. All right. So that's passed. Ms. White-Fox, is the resolution clear? It's just to get the ecologist involved as well?
Yes, thank you. I've captured that.
Okay. Excellent. Councillor Balmer.
Yes, sir.
Next one.
Well,
earlier in the meeting, you wanted to discuss the low flow levels in creeks and such, right?
Yes.
And, just hang on one sec. I'm just thinking under council reports, we were supposed to revisit the AMO delegations, and maybe that's an opportunity.
Okay.
So I'll just point you in that direction. And is Councillor Goyda back?
Thank you.
I just let her join back in because she was on a declaration there. There she is.
I'm here.
All right, so just council reports, just reminding council, RCAO reminded me that we were supposed to maybe circle back about AMO delegations. Where'd my list go? We have two that we agreed upon. This White-Fox, what is it? Where are you? MMAH, Greenbelt Expansion, Schedule 3 Bill 257 MZOs, and credit for employment lands, which we kind of discussed earlier in the meeting with the Wellington County staff. So, and then the other one is MNRF, ongoing groundwater concerns relating to Roswell Pit and general oversight and aggregate operations. So, Councillor Bulmer, did you want to propose another one for surface water?
Yes, to go back to our conversation with Mr. Davis, I'm reminded of the concerns that Councillor Sapoulas raised several times when we were looking at annual reports for Nestle's, and how the level 1, level 2, level 3 restrictions were applied, and the nature that they're all voluntary. I think we have some legitimate concerns, and not to pick on the water bottler, but in water taking permits in general, because they are different, and they each have a different impact on surface water features and different impacts on deep bedrock features. And I'm not sure that our current low flow response protocols are appropriately structured to work in a proactive manner to have a response prior to a problem occurring. And so I thought perhaps we could have a meeting with the Ministry of Environment, or even just write a letter to them suggesting that those be updated. We'd need some feedback from Kyle based on that framework he was talking about. I think was primarily for bottled water, but in terms of understanding how this low water response protocol could be improved to be more of a proactive system rather than strictly a reactive. And that's the point of what I'd like to talk to the MOE about if we have a chance to talk to them.
Yeah, I suggest then we ask for a delegation on that topic at AMO, and that'll give us 3 delegation requests. Counselor, so is that a motion, Mr. Bulmer?
If it needs to be. If it needs to be
Does-
shortened.
Mr. Schwendinger, do we have to have a motion for requesting AMO delegations?
Well, Courtney, the previous ones, was it listed as the exact topics just for our records? We don't need it for the application to the ministry, but just so that we as staff know what we are working on for the submission, right?
Yes, so we could, as a suggestion, when we pass the resolution to receive the mayor's updates and council reports, we could just include that in that resolution that the requests for the AMO delegations be finalized, and we'll just list what we have. So we have the previous ones from last meeting, and we can add this new one to that list just so staff has that finalized list to work with, if that works for you, Mr. Chair.
It does, and Councillor Bulmer, can you make that a 2-liner for Ms. Whitefox to capture?
I wish I had Councillor Goyda's skills for this, but how about that we reach out to the Ministry of Environment to have the low water response protocols be established to be to work in a proactive manner rather than a reactive manner.
Perfect. All right, I'll go around the table. Councillor Spoulos.
I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment, because currently when they do level 1, level 2, level 3, it's a percentage of the amount required of the permitted amount to take water. It's not a percentage of what they're actually using. And the bugaboo I've always had is with these water users, they say, well, we got 1 million liters to take, permission to take, and we're only taking 800,000 liters, so we don't have to worry about the level 1 or level 2. I think it should be that the levels are based on the actual current use.
And that's across all water taking permits, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Are you friendly to that friendly amendment, Councillor Bulmer?
Oh, yes, because I think he's right on the mark with that. That's been one of the bugaboos all the way along. And I think it's also fair, as you pointed out earlier, that we're treating, right now, unfortunately, we're treating all water takers the same. We're using the creek to determine the impact of all water takers, when some water takers have a more direct impact on creek flows and others would have almost no impact. Or at least not immediate. It might be a muted impact that would show up later. So, you know, it's a start what we've got, but I think it needs to be made smarter.
And Mr. Mayor, I would like to suggest that our Hardin provide the actual wording and be on his letterhead, because that carries more weight than councillors who are supposedly not learned or just laymen on this. This way we have a proper professional opinion.
I agree with that, as long as Hardin has the credentials for surface water grant. I'm sure he does, but I'll just ensure that staff.
Or I'm sure somebody in their firm does.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Councillor Bailey.
Sorry, can you just confirm for me what you were talking about, Councillor Bulmer, in terms of like a cumulative impact? Is that what we're considering when we're asking for?
Yes, if you like, I can put it in it. If I can talk longer if you like. No, but yes, that's exactly the current low flow response protocols actually are based on stream flow and precipitation. And stream flow is in itself a response to cumulative takings. Those, at least cumulative takings that affect shallow groundwater resources. So what I would be looking for is we should put the precipitation data up front in terms of the best predictor of how much water you can take from any particular aquifer, deep, shallow, whatever, is how much water went in. You certainly shouldn't be taking out more than goes in. So I'm just suggesting that we look at developing a way of using precipitation data to suggest how much water being taken out the next quarter, and we look at stream flows as what confirms the fact that it's working. If the stream flows are maintained through a drought, and we've adjusted water takings appropriately, we shouldn't see those water levels drop more than they should. But as it is now, we wait until we see the stream flows drop before we adjust water taking. And it's all meant to be cumulative and take into account all the water taken in a particular sub-watershed.
Thank you. I totally
Does that help?
clarified that. Yes, yes. So the stream flow is actually the initial indicator, or that's.
It is now, and yet it's the thing that it reacts last.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you go on the JRC website, you'll see they monitor all of the Milk Creek, Nith River, Aramasa, the Speed, the Grand, and you can see the flows on a 1 day, 7 day, or 30-day basis, and you got data going back 20 years if you want to download it.
Good. Yes. Supportive.
Councillor Bowman, do you need to speak again? Okay, go to Councillor Goyda. No. Councillor Goyda?
Yes, I would agree, and would rely on the expertise of not myself to discuss that topic. But I also am just curious, are we also discussing the other delegations, or are we right now strictly just discussing this one?
Well, I believe we agreed to the other two, and the idea was to come back if we had any additional. Today,
Yeah,
so.
I just did want to capture the presentation from the county today about the economic, I've already forgotten the title for it, but.
Significant economic, I forget too.
And I'm assuming that could
Regionally
be
significant.
Yeah, I'm assuming that could be captured in with the existing delegation request for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, but I just wasn't sure if we needed to document that specifically.
Ms. White Fox will capture it now if she hadn't already.
Okay.
That's great. Okay, those are comments. I don't know. So Ms. White Fox, are you clear on the resolution for this MECP delegation?
I believe so. I can read it just for councils
Sure.
to be aware. So this will be the third request to the MOECP. So we have 3 in total that we're requesting for the different ministries. So this one will be request that the low water response protocol be established to work in a proactive manner as opposed to a reactive manner, and that the established levels be based on the current use, and that Hard Environmental assist in providing the wording for this delegation request.
That works. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Spula, seconder. Councillor Bulmer.
Okay.
And all in favor, Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
All right. Any council members have any updates or reports they wish to bring forward? Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, I had a discussion with our CAO. Previous CEO had put any EBRs that would be of interest to council on the council agenda, and they're called EROs. It's similar to what Kyle had discussed earlier. So I asked them to start including that because I think it's important that we be apprised of any water takings or anything that's of environmental concern that might affect potential residents, and we should have an opportunity to comment to the province through the ERO process. So that's for your information.
Okay, so it's not emotional, you've asked.
I'm
us
just
to-
telling you, we had a discussion. All he's doing is reinstating what we've done in the past. It's nothing new.
Oh, okay, thank you. Anything further from?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Any other council members? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that at the meeting for Wellington County Safe Communities last week, Christine announced that the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan has been finalized and it has been published. And I've asked her for 10 hard copies because right now there's nowhere to put them and no one, to be picking them up. They'll probably be at the library at some point, but I was going to give each of you one. There's been a lot of work that's gone into that and it looks really good. There will also be a digital copy. So Courtney, maybe I can connect with you or send it through to you so we can somehow get it up on the website somehow. So anyway, look for that. It's been a big accomplishment and I think you'll enjoy reading through it.
Thank you. Anything further? No. Ms. White-Fox, you have a resolution to receive council reports?
Yes, the council received the council member updates for information.
Mover for that, please.
Move it.
Councillor Goyda and Councillor Spoulos. All in favor? Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
And Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Excellent. Ms. White-Fox, bylaws.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-032 being a bylaw to provide for the levy and collection of property taxes for the 2021 taxation year.
Thank you. And mover for that, please.
Sure, I'll move it.
Councillor Spoulos. Seconder, Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
And that's carried. I believe we will now be going into closed session. So for everyone that attended in the gallery, we appreciate your company and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
And Mr. Chair, I just have a resolution to go into close before we turn off the recording.
Absolutely.
The council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of adoption and receipt of the May 5th, 2021 closed session. Confidential report ADM 2021-036 regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf or on behalf of the municipality or local board, a telecommunication tower proposal. Confidential report ADM 2021-037 regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communication necessary for that purpose, Swastika Trail, and a confidential verbal report from Courtney White-Fox regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and that's the tennis club facility use agreement.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
Move.
Councillor Spoulos, second. Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
In
Councillor
favor.
Ballmer. Awesome. Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
And we're in closed. Okay, Ms. Fox, if you could read the resolutions, please.
The council moves into open session at 3 p.m.
All right, mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor, Councillor Spoulos,
Favor.
Councillor Bailey. It's frozen. Councillor Bulmer
Favor.
and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
When she comes back, we'll get her. All right, the next resolution, please, Ms. White Fox.
The council receives the adoption and receipt of the previous closed minutes, May 5th, 2021 closed session. Confidential report ADM 2021-036 regarding a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. The communication tower proposal. The confidential report ADM 2021-037 regarding advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, Swastika Trail. And the confidential verbal report from Courtney Hoyfox regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. And that's the tennis club use agreement, and that staff proceed as directed.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor
move.
Spoulos, nobody else raises their hand. Councillor Bailey seconds it. All in favor, Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
In
Councillor
favor.
Palmer, awesome. Councillor Goida,
In favor.
that's carried. Any business arising from the closed session? No. Any notice of motion? No. New business? Anyone? No. Announcements? Anyone? Oh, Councillor
I
Bailey.
do. Just have a little announcement. This is on behalf of Safe Communities Wellington County. They're kicking off a Safe Kids Week starting May 30th to June 5th. And what they've come up with, it looks kind of cute. I haven't seen it yet, but there's an app that kids can download, and I think it's called Goose Chase. So I'm not too sure what's involved in it, but I'll just read you what she said here. She just said, please share the poster and notice of Goose Chase far and wide. We want a lot of participation. Over the course of COVID restrictions, only 5% of children met the daily requirements for physical activity, and less than 1% of teens. So the idea behind this is to download this little app, and I think there's going to be different activities and things they can go do and prizes to win. So it's called Goose Chase. I did download it off the App Store, so I know it's on there, and there's a little code. So there's a poster that I have, so I'm not sure how we can share it out. But anyway, I'll email it to each of you, and if you can just help pass it on, that would be great.
Thank you. Anything else from the councilors? None. All right. Affirmatory bylaw, Ms. White Fox.
The following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-003 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Puslinch at its meeting held on the 26th day of May, 2021.
Move.
Councillor Balmer moved it. Councillor Goida? Second. All right. All in favor? Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
In favor.
Councillor Goida? All right. Adjournment.
That council hereby adjourns at 3:07 p.m.
I got a mover, Councillor Balmer?
Move.
Seconder?
Second.
Councillor Bailey? I got Bailey, sorry. All in favor, Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor
In favor.
Goida?
In favor.
Have a great afternoon.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, team. That was